In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Session resumes. Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and may request the Secretary General to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on the first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages, communications, and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committee.
Additional reference of business. Bill on first reading. House Bill 11556, providing sexual assault forensic examinations, safe kits, and free psychological services to victims of sexual violence, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Health.
Resolutions. House Resolution 2319, directing the Committees on Health and Women and Gender Equality to jointly conduct an inquiry on the implementation gaps of existing policies on menstrual health and to urge relevant government agencies to harmonize and strengthen national efforts to combat period poverty and menstrual discrimination, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2320, congratulating and commending Filipino student Ion Nicolai Chua for graduating magna cum laude with the highest honors at Harvard University in United States of America, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 2321, congratulating and commending Ernest John E.J. Obiena for winning gold medal in the men's pole vault at the 2025 Asian Athletics Championships held in Gumi, South Korea, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 2322, congratulating and commending Pedro Taduran Jr. for successfully defending the IBF World Minimum Wage Championship title, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Games and Amusement.
House Resolution 2323, congratulating and commending Carlos Edriel Pokis Yulo for winning gold medal in floor exercise at the Artistic Gymnastics Asian Championships 2025 held in Jecheon, South Korea, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 2324, extending profound sympathies and sincere condolences to the family of the late Fidel Antiporda Go, a national folk artist, by Representatives Singson Mihan, De Venecia Maceda, Rodriguez Rufus, Conghun, Alonte, Del Mar, Mercado Revilla, Barba, Vargas, Bolilla, Go, Mark, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Veloso Tuazon, Villarica, and Hernandez.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated June 9, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate passed the following House bills without amendment. House Bill numbers 9155, 11038, 11167, 11185, 11189, and 11351.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 9, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed the following Senate bills in which it requests the concurrence of the House. Senate Bill 2613, providing for equitable access to Sharia courts.
To the Committee on Muslim Affairs.
Senate Bill 2821, instituting reforms in the acquisition of right-of-way for infrastructure projects by the national government and by public service providers.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Senate Bill 2868, banning and declaring illegal offshore gaming operations in the Philippines and other operations related thereto.
To the Committee on Games and Amusements.
Senate Bill 2899, providing for a comprehensive legal framework for nuclear safety, security, and safeguards in the peaceful utilization of nuclear energy in the Philippines and establishing the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Authority.
To the Committee on Rules.
Senate Bill 2903, providing for the administrative reform and reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Senate Bill 2969, declaring the Philippine State College of Aeronautics as the National Professional Institution for Aviation, renaming it to National Aviation Academy of the Philippines.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Senate Bill 2982, defining the scope and extent of the fiscal autonomy of the judicial branch of government.
To the Committee on Justice.
Senate Bill 2999, establishing a mechanism on the declaration of state of imminent disaster.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
And Senate Bill 3000, institutionalizing the career progression system for public school teachers and school leaders.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
Message dated June 9, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed the following House bills, as amended by substitution, in which it requests the concurrence of the House. House Bill numbers 9314 and 9642.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill numbers 9601, 9602, 11299, 11300, 11301, and 11302.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
And House Bill 10080.
To the Committee on Health.
Messages dated June 9, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed with amendments the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the House. House Bill 10535, amending Section 134 and 168 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Bill numbers 4839, 5555, and 6013.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill numbers 10405 and 10622.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 10242, granting the Pampanga Rural Electric Service Cooperative, Inc. a franchise. House Bill 10243, granting the Aklan Electric Cooperative a franchise. House Bill 10483, granting Benguet Electric Cooperative, Inc. a franchise. House Bill 10698, granting the Camarines Sur 4 Electric Cooperative, Inc. a franchise. House Bill 11042, granting a franchise to First Laguna Electric Cooperative, Inc.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 10885, establishing the San Miguel District Hospital in San Miguel, Zamboanga del Sur. House Bill 11162, establishing the Aurora Medical Center in Baler, Aurora. And House Bill 11163, establishing the Liloy General Hospital in Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte.
To the Committee on Health.
Message dated June 9, 2025, informing the House and certifying that on June 4, 2025, the Senate directed the Secretariat to hold in abeyance the enrollment of the following bills until the Senate Committee on Rules submits a report on the DENR Biodiversity Management Bureau's letter communication regarding the errors in earlier submissions for the technical description of the proposed protected areas. Senate Bill 2614 and House Bill 8441 on the proposed Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape. Senate Bill 2618 and House Bill 8395 on the proposed Mount Guton Protected Landscape. And Senate Bill 2619 and House Bill 8504 on the proposed Sotan Naga de Maporo Protected Landscape and
To
Seascape.
the Committee on Natural Resources.
Communications. Letter dated January 17, 2025 of the NIA Administrator submitting to the House of Representatives a copy of the fourth quarter report of NIA Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, Irrigation Component for CY 2024.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 24, 2025 with attached copies of the reports generated through the Unified Reporting System of the DOST, OIC Advanced Science and Technology Institute, informing the House that they have submitted certain reports as of the quarter ending December 31, 2024, and for the month of December 2024.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 27, 2025 of the BSP Governor submitting to the House a copy of the report to Congress on public sector foreign borrowings approved by the BSP for the fourth quarter of 2024 and the full year 2024.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Letter dated January 28, 2025 of the officer in charge of the Department of Migrant Workers submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly fiscal report of operations as of December 31, 2024, which was posted on their website under the Transparency Seal page.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 28, 2025 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, transmitting to the House a copy of their statement of approved budget utilizations, disbursements, and balances for trust receipts as of the year ending December 31, 2024.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Memorandum dated January 28, 2025 of the Officer in Charge, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Copy furnished the House, submitting to the Office of the President a copy of their operational accomplishment and assessment report for December 2024.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
Letter dated January 31, 2025 of the Administrator, Metropolitan Water Works and Sewerage System, Corporate Office, submitting to the House a copy of their 2024 Annual Performance Report.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Letter dated February 26, 2025 of BSP Bank Officer 6 of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issues.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Various communications submitted to the House by officials of several local government units relative to their posting and reporting requirements of the fund utilization and status of program project implementation, the Local Government Support Fund, as attested by the respective local chief executives.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Report dated June 5, 2025 of the Secretary General, House of Representatives on copies of the following enrolled bills which were returned to the Senate on June 4, 2025 and to be transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. Senate Bill 355 and House Bill 7322 on the proposed Taklong and Tandog Group of Islands Natural Park. Senate Bill 1616 and House Bill 10902, declaring the 7th day of November as every year as special national working holiday in commemoration of the establishment of the first Philippine mosque and the introduction of Islam in the Philippines. Senate Bill 1725 and House Bill 7529 on the proposed Alibihaban Protected Landscape and Seascape. Senate Bill 2616 and House Bill 8202 on the proposed Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape, and Senate Bill 2669 and House Bill 11341, strengthening PUP as a national polytechnic university.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 38, dated June 3 and 4, 2025, were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading thereof and subsequently to approve the said journal. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The reading of the said journal is dispensed with, and Journal Number 38, dated June 3 and 4, 2025, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Honorable Nicanor Briones of AGAP Partylist. Our guests are the following. We have John Lloyd Olarte, Pablo Olarte, Raymond Alumno, Gina Corrales, Gemaline Olarte, and Marilyn Torres, the AGAP Municipal Volunteer Leader of Calatagan, Batangas.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Nicanor Briones. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The chair declares a privilege hour. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Nicanor M. Briones of AGAP Partylist to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentleman from the party list AGAP, the Honorable Nicanor M. Briones, is recognized for his privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished guests, distinguished colleagues, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege to bring forth an urgent and important issue. Ito po ay tungkol sa 3 biyahero ng kambing na tinorture, binarel, pinatay at natagpuang nakabaon sa isang rubber plantation sa Maguindanao del Sur. Ang negosyo ng mga Olarte sa pangunguna ni John Lloyd ay mag-deliver ng mga kambing sa iba't ibang parte ng ating bansa. Kumpleto ang kanilang mga dokumento. May certificate of registration bilang livestock handler, dealer, at license to operate bilang land transport carrier mula sa Bureau of Animal Industry. Gamit nila ay Mitsubishi L300 sa kanilang mga pagbiyahe. Kada benta ng kambing sa buyer, ito ay binabayaran ng cash at kanilang nire-remit sa seller sa pamamagitan ng GCash o Palawan Express. Noong ika-6 ng Mayo, taong 2025, sina John Luis Olarte, 23 taong gulang, ang kanyang pinsan na si Jerry Olarte, 32 taong gulang, at si Ronald Alumno, 37 taong gulang, mga tubong Calatagan, Batangas, ay magkakasamang bumiyahe upang mag-deliver ng 23 bower na kambing sa iba't ibang lugar sa ating bansa. Sila ay unang nagtungo sa Occidental Mindoro kung saan nag-deliver sila ng 2 kambing noong May 6. Sumunod naman ay sa Antique, kung saan nagbaba ulit ng 2 kambing noong May 7 ng gabi. Noong May 9, nakarating sila sa Negros at nag-deliver ng 3 kambing sa Dawin, Negros Oriental. Dumiretso naman sila sa Cebu at nagbaba ng 5 pang kambing bago bumalik sa Dumaguete. Sila ay na-stranded sa Dumaguete dahil sa dami ng pasahero. Kaya't nung May 11, saka lamang sila nakabiyahe papuntang Dapitan Port. Nagbaba sila ng 1 kambing sa Misamis Oriental bago tumungo sa Maguindanao upang mag-deliver ng 6 na kambing. Ilang beses nang bumiyahe sa Maguindanao ang mga biktima. Subalit ngayon ay first-time buyer ang kausap nila dito. Ayon kay Mang Pablo na ama ng namayapang si John Luis, ang buyer ay dumirektang kumontak sa seller sa pamamagitan ng Facebook. Inaasahan na makakasingil sila ng 593,000 na cash mula sa buyer sa Maguindanao. May 4 pa na kambing na i-deliver sana sa Davao na nagkakahalaga naman ng 358,000. Gabi na nang sila ay makarating sa may Mamasapano. Tumawag si John Luis sa kanyang kapatid at sinabing papunta na sila sa Lirantangan Elementary School kung saan sila magkikita ng buyer na may pangalang Komini Bunsuan Tan. Pagkalipas na mahigit na 20 minutos, nagsabi si John Luis na i-deliver na nila ang mga kambing. Lingid sa kaalaman ng kanyang mga kaanak, ito na pala ang huling mensahe ni John Luis. Lumipas ang 11 ng Mayo, wala nang narinig muli mula sa 3. At noong 30 ng Mayo, natagpuan na lamang silang nakalibing, walang buhay sa isang rubber plantation sa Sitio Goma, Barangay Nabuntas, Sarip Saidona Mustapa, Maguindanao del Sur. Mababaw ang hukay kaya't ito ay nangamoy at madaling nakita ng caretaker ng plantasyon, rubber plantation, ng caretaker na si Abed doon sa rubber plantation na may-ari na walang iba kundi si Ibrahim Andal. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I speak today before this august body to strongly condemn the killing of John Luis, Jerry, and Ronald. Ang karumaldumal na krimeng ito ay walang puwang sa ating lipunan. Ang mga goat transporter na ito ay natagpuang nakagapos ang mga kamay, pasa-pasa ang katawan, may tama ng bala ng baril, at halos naaagnas na. Mga walang kalaban-laban, sadyang ito ay nakakagalit. Sila na naghahanap buhay ng marangal, nagtitiis sa mahirap at delikadong trabaho para sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Sila na dapat hangaan at tularan, sila pa ang pinahirapan, kinorture at walang awang pinatay. Si John Luis ay bunso sa magkakapatid. Mula nang siya ay nagtapos ng BS Custom Administration noong 2023, siya ay sumasama na sa pagdi-deliver ng mga kambing. Siya ang humahawak ng pera sa kanilang biyahe. Ginagawa ito ni John Luis habang naghahanda siya na sumampa sa barko bilang seaman. Isang training na lamang ang kailangan at matutupad na ang kanyang pangarap na makapag-abroad. Si Jerry, ang driver ng mga transporter, mag-isa niyang tinataguyod ang kanyang 3 anak na pawang mga nasa elementarya habang inaalagaan ang kanyang ama na 61 years old. Si Ronald naman ay isang tricycle driver. Siya ay nagdi-deliver na rin ng mga kambing sa Luzon. At first time niyang sumama sa Visayas at Mindanao. Siya lamang ang inaasahan ng kanyang asawang may sakit at 2 anak na mga minor de edad pa lamang. Kaya't siya ay nagsusumikap maghanap buhay para sa kanyang pamilya. Ang mga taong ito ay may pamilya, may buhay, may pangarap, ngunit sa isang iglap, naglaho itong lahat. Mr. Speaker, these goat transporters are part of a much larger community, the agriculture sector. Ang mga biyaherong ito ay mahalaga sa agrikultura. Dahil sa kanila, napapadali ang pagdadala ng mga hayop tulad ng kambing, baka, kabayo at tupa sa iba't ibang parte ng bansa. Ang mga biyaherong sina John Luis, Jerry at Ronald ay katulong ng mga goat farmers sa pag-i-improve ng lahi o breed ng kanilang mga alagang kambing. Dahil mas malalaki, mas mabilis lumaki ang napuproduce na hayop, mas malaki rin ang kanilang kinikita. Makatutulong ito sa kabuhayan ng mga livestock farmers sa rural areas at makapagbibigay ito ng trabaho sa ating mga kababayan. Sa kalaunan, natutulungan ito ang buong livestock industry at nakasisigurado tayo na dadami ang supply ng pagkain sa ating bansa. Ngunit dahil sa pangyayaring ito, maaaring balutin ng takot ang mga transporters at matigil ang pagdidistribute ng magagandang lahi ng iba't ibang hayop katulad ng baka, baboy, tupa, kabayo at iba pa. Kapag ito ay nangyari, matitigil ang paglago ng kabuhayan ng ating mga livestock raisers. Magkukulang at magmamahal ang presyo ng pagkain para sa pamilyang Pilipino. Sa madaling sabi, mayroon itong domino effect sa ating agrikultura. Kaya't hindi natin ito pwedeng ipagsawalang bahala. Mr. Speaker, hawak ko po ang mga sulat ng mga pamilya ng mga biktima na nananawagan ng hustisya at tulong para sa pamilya ni John Luis, Jerry at Ronald. At bilang kinatawan ng agriculture sector, ako po ay nananawagan na mabigyan ng hustisya ang pagkamatay ng 3 goat transporter. Dapat siguraduhing mahuli at managot ang may gawa nito. Dito sa atin sa Kongreso, dapat rin po tayong magkaroon ng isang investigasyon tungkol dito. Kung hindi mabibigyan ng katarungan ang pagkawala at pagkamatay ni John Luis, Jerry at Ronald, mawawala na ng maglalakas loob na maging livestock transporter. Mr. Speaker, narito po ang pamilya ni John Luis, Jerry at Ronald. Nandun po sila sa likuran. Si Mang Pablo Olarte, ang ama ni John Luis. Pwede tumayo lang si Mang Pablo. Si John Lloyd Olarte, kapatid ni John Luis. Si Gina Corrales at Gemaline Olarte, mga kapatid ni Jerry. At Raymond Alumno, kapatid ni Ronald. Tulungan po natin na makamit ang hustisyang inaasam-asam nila. Para sa mga pangarap na naglaho, para sa mga pamilyang naiwan, para sa mga anak na naulila, at para sa sektor ng agrikultura. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sana po ay magkaroon tayo ng tulong pinansyal para sa kanilang pamilya at pang-reward para sa mabilisang paglutas sa kasong ito. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang ating Kongreso. Thank you.
Majority Leader. What is the pleasure of the Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I wish to interpolate with the permission of the Congressman Briones on his privileged speech.
the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is a goat farmer. This representation breeds Boer, Anglo-Nubian, and Saanen goats. And certainly, Mr. Chairman, what has happened to the goat transporters is a very heinous crime. And so I am here to support the privileged speech of Congressman Briones, a good gentleman, so that Congress will be able not only to consider legislation, but also to be able to help financially the families who are present here of the 3 deceased. My question only, Mr. Speaker, is is there now a motive? Because I have been reading this case. It is in Mindanao, my beloved island of Mindanao. And is there already apprehension of suspects? Is there a motive already attributed why they would kill goat transporters? So I would like to know from the distinguished gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang maaaring maging motibo ng pagharang, pagdukot at pagpatay ay dahil dun sa dala nilang bower na kambing kung saan meron pa silang 10 ulo na hawak na nagkakalaga siguro na more or less 800 to 1 million. At iniisip siguro ng mga holdupper o humarang sa kanila na meron silang dalang cash. Ang hindi nila alam, tuwing makabebenta sila ng kambing, kaagad yon ay iniriremit nila sa seller sa pamamagitan ng GCash at ng Palawan Express. So, yun ang nakikita natin na motibo. At sa pagkakaalam ko, ay under investigation ang kasong ito ng mga PNP. Medyo mahirap yung lugar. Wala pang linaw kung sino ang talagang mga suspect sa kasong ito. Pero kailangan na magkaroon ng kalutasan ang kasong ito.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, distinguished colleague. Mr. Speaker, we should therefore urge the Philippine National Police that the way I hear it, it is a case of robbery with homicide. So therefore, we should be able to help the families through the intervention of our law enforcement authorities. And at the same time, be able to assist. This Congress should be able to assist financially the deceased. They cannot be brought back to life, but those heirs alive are here, and I understand one of the deceased has 3 children. If there could be some scholarship given to them, this is a heinous crime, and we should not be insensitive to give what can be given by this powerful assembly, the House of the People, and the 3 goat transporters are part of the people whom our House represents. So with that, Mr. Speaker, once again, I would like to thank our party list representatives, Congressman Nick Briones, my good friend from way back. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, and the Majority Leader, let us help in any way we can the 3 deceased goat transporters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Rodriguez.
Majority
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Kimer Adan Olaso from the 1st District of Zamboanga for his interpellation.
The Honorable Lasso is recognized for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon, and good afternoon to my dear colleagues. Most likely, this would be my last interpellation at this Hall of Fame, the House of Representatives. But before I leave, there's one thing that I would like to commend to the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, nais ko po ipabalik yung task force sa Mindanao. Because task force was taken away from Mindanao and it was downgraded right now. Mr. Speaker, pertaining to this hideous crime that had happened, pinatay yung 3 negosyante na nagbebenta lamang ng kambing, nakakaawa po. Masakit na iwanan mo ang iyong pamilya. But it's so sad to see that most of the checkpoints in Mindanao were taken away. I think with the support of our dear Speaker and our dear colleagues in 19th Congress, hinihingi ko po sa inyo kung pwede ibalik natin yung Task Force Mindanao, most especially Task Force Zamboanga, because Zamboanga City is the center of Region 9. So, kailangan po natin ang tulong ng ating mga mahal na kapatid dito sa Kongreso. Alang-ala po sa nangyari. Kung may Task Force Mindanao nagbabantay sa kada kalsada, kada highway natin, hindi mangyayari ang anumang nangyari ngayon sa ating mga kababayan na pinaslang sa Mindanao. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Nicanor M. Briones from AGA Partylist and its interpellations to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Honorable Nicanor M. Briones of the Partylist AGA, along with the interpellations of the Honorable Rodriguez and the Honorable Olaso, are hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Salvador A. Plato from the 6th District of Bulacan to avail of privilege hour.
The gentleman from the 6th District of Bulacan, the Honorable Salvador Plato, is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, guests, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I rise today on a matter of public importance that affects not only our learners, but the very future of our nation. We are nearing the beginning of classes where millions of Filipino students will once again troop to our public schools for the opening of the new school year. It is in this context that this representation commends the Department of Education under the able leadership of Secretary Sani Angara for encouraging community involvement in Brigada Escuela in preparing public schools for the upcoming school year. Mr. Speaker, Brigada Escuela is more than just repainting classrooms, fixing broken chairs. More so, it is the embodiment of the Filipino culture of bayanihan, the spirit of volunteerism and cooperation among stakeholders, civil society, parents who come together in the service of education. Truly, the theme of Brigada Escuela, sama-sama para sa bayang bumabasa, is in itself a noble purpose. Let us follow the example of His Excellency, President Bongbong Marcos, in leading the Brigada Escuela activities in our province in Bulacan, where he himself installed the blackboard using a drill hammer during the kick-off of Brigada Escuela 2025 just yesterday. Thus, it is incumbent upon us to mobilize available resources to support public schools and learners in our respective legislative districts. I have seen firsthand the dedication of teachers who, beyond their teaching duties, wield paintbrushes and carpentry tools. I have witnessed parents sacrificing precious to clean the school grounds. And recently, I have met with school alumni groups during their grand reunion, committing themselves in joining Brigada Escuela. I therefore call upon this august body to continuously supporting increased funding for basic education, infrastructure, and maintenance. Let us all institutionalize policies that encourage more partnership between DepEd, LGUs, and the private sector for sustained school improvements beyond the week of Brigada Escuela. Hindi lang ngayon, hindi lang sa bubukas ng klase, kung hindi maging isang gawain sa buong taon na bigyan suporta ang ating public schools. Education is a year-round responsibility. Our school children deserve safe, clean, and auspicious learning spaces every single day. Sabi nga ng tema ng Brigada Escuela, at uulitin ko po, sama-sama para sa bayang bumabasa. Mr. Speaker, we do acknowledge these collective efforts, but we must also confront the challenges ahead. I have only one concern, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues. What are the preparations of the Department of Education to counter the threat of monkeypox? It has been reported that we are again facing the so-called monkeypox transmission in our country, with cases in some parts of our country. While the initial reported cases were linked to travel to areas with outbreaks, it is reported that there is already 911 or more cases since 2024. The Department of Education should look and should work hand in hand with the Department of Health to disseminate information massively to prevent the spread of monkeypox in our country. Department of Health recommends the observation of minimum health standards, including frequent hand washing, covering the mouth when coughing or sneezing, ensuring airflow in indoor spaces, and avoiding contact with individuals showing mpox symptoms. Be it as may, again, we should work together. We have learned our lessons during the COVID era, and we are better now, and we are better off now in our preparedness. Mr. Speaker, Brigada Escuela reminds us that the future of our country rests not only in the halls of Congress, but also in every classroom that we help build and every child we help educate. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker, magandang hapon po. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Salvador A. Plato to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Honorable Salvador Plato of the District of Bulacan is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Edward Vera Perez Maceda from the 4th District of Manila to avail of privilege hour.
The gentleman from the 4th District of Manila, the Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda, is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, and my dear colleagues. Distinguished colleagues, fellow public servants, friends, and most especially my beloved constituents of the 4th District of Manila. Today, I rise not only to mark the conclusion of my term as a member of this august chamber, but to honor the trust, the trials, and the triumphs of the past 9 years that I have had the privilege to serve. To represent one of the hearts of Manila, Sampaloc, has been the greatest responsibility and deepest honor of my life. We are a district defined by heritage, shaped by resilience, and powered by ordinary citizens who have never stopped believing in the promise of a good governance and a better Philippines for all. When I first took my oath 9 years ago, I brought with me a singular mission: to be a legislator grounded in principle, focused on reform, and anchored in service. I am proud to say that we have stayed true to that mission. I have been given the opportunity to hold several memberships in several committees, several vice chairmanships in several committees, but I am most proud to have been given the trust and confidence of the leadership to chair the Committee on the Revision of Laws in my last and final term. I had the unique opportunity and solemn duty to help modernize the very foundations of our legal system. It is a role I embraced fully, with the knowledge that laws are not just words on paper. They are instruments of justice, fairness, and national progress. Among the legislative milestones we achieved together, a couple stand out not only for their scope but for their long-term significance. The first is the revised Auditing Code of the Philippines, a law that had been waiting to be improved for the past 5 decades. In fact, when we started embarking on that path to revising that law, we had nothing to lean on. There were no committee hearings, there were no transcript of any discussions on that in the past Congresses. So we had to start from scratch. And luckily, with the help of my members and my very supportive vice chairman, na kadalasan 4-5 lang kami sa committee, we were able to pass the revised auditing code, which is basically a combination of PD 1445, parts of the administrative code, and as well as parts of the Constitution, especially the article on constitutional commissions. The revised auditing code modernizes outdated audit policies and strengthens transparency and fiscal responsibility across government agencies. While it is unfortunate that it did not become a law, all our efforts would not come to naught. As my successor would soon discover, should he or she pursue to pass the auditing code, she or he would find out that a jumping point has already been set because most of the work has already been accomplished. And a framework has already been carefully considered. In fact, nagkasundo na halos ang Senado at ang Kongreso. At kung sakaling nagkaroon ng BICAM, ay sandali na, konti na lang ang paplantsahin. Sadly, hindi po siya naipasa sa Senado. Ngunit sa susunod na Kongreso, konti na lang siguro ang trabahong gagawin nung magpapasa nitong batas na to. So magagamit nila itong pinaghirapan namin na framework, sleepless nights, na inabot kami na hanggang alas 4 ng umaga kasama ng mga legal team ng mga CPA, ng mga USEC, ASEC ng COA, kasama minsan si Chairman Cordoba at ang aking 4 na Vice Chair para i-word for word namin itong batas na to. They will find out konti na lang ang gagawin nila sa susunod na Congress. And of course, what I am most proud of, which has been hailed by no less than the UNODC, by the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management as one of the most important measures that the country has ever crafted in the past 3 decades, one of the most anti-corruption, anti-graft and corruption measures. It is the new Government Procurement Act, which is now a law, which is RA 12009. That is an act that we had to meticulously discuss, ventilate, and craft, and I had to shepherd that law for almost a year. And most of the committee hearings, we had more than 50 subcommittee hearings. We have more than 50 small committee hearings, intercommittee hearings. And I'd like to thank my Vice Chairman again. Ang aking Vice Chairman na 3 gusto kong pasalamatan. Una, si Vice Chairperson Isabel Zamora ng San Juan. Ikalawa, si Vice Chairperson is Ana Veloso Tuaso ng Leyte. At ikatatlo, si Vice Chairperson Chairperson Dani ng Bulacan. Kasi karamihan nitong mga hearing na to at mga subcommittee at mga small committee na umabot kami ng mahigit 100, 4 lang po kami. At dahil wala naman masyadong, sa totoo lang, yung committee pong hawak ko, sa unang tingin, di ba, Manong Rufus Rodriguez, medyo boring. Hindi siya masyado exciting na committee. Pero sabi ko sa kanila, magtiyaga lang tayo because we will be tackling very important laws. So I'm very thankful to my 3 vice chairmen. Kung wala kayo, wala tayong quorum. Kung wala kayo, di natin may papasa itong mga importanteng measures na to. Under my chairmanship, the Committee on the Revision of Laws was instrumental in streamlining obsolete statutes and aligning our legal framework with the realities of the 21st century. I would also like to thank, lest I be remiss in not mentioning some faceless heroes in this August chamber who have been helpful to all of us in all of our committees and all of our legislative work. The Committee on Revision of Law Secretariat under the leadership of Committee Secretary Attorney Jean Celso Dapula. To you, I extend my most deepest appreciation. Your tireless efforts, attention to detail, and quiet dedication ensured that our committee functioned with efficiency, accuracy, and professionalism. From preparing voluminous reports and research briefs to ensuring that every hearing ran smoothly, you were the backbone of our legislative work. While your names may not be always on the headlines, your impact is deeply felt in every bill we were able to include in the agenda, improve, modernize, or pass. Thank you for being the steady hands behind the scenes and for upholding the integrity, efficiency, and essence of our institution. The success of our committee was never the work of one, but it was the result of a collective leadership and shared purpose. To my fellow legislators, legal experts, civil society advocates, and the public we swore to serve, especially to my constituents in the 4th District of Manila, thank you for your invaluable contributions. To my few final points, throughout my time in Congress, I remained steadfast in championing causes closest to the everyday Filipino: healthcare, education, the welfare of our senior citizens. I've always believed that a healthy, educated, and cared-for citizenry is the foundation of a strong and just society. In education, I consistently supported and authored measures that promoted access to quality education, improved learning environments, increased teacher support, and advanced digital inclusion in public schools. We work together to strengthen public health programs, expand access to essential medical services, including mental health care, and push for more responsive healthcare funding, especially for our underserved communities. And for our senior citizens, mga lolo at lola natin, I fought for policies that honored their contributions by ensuring they receive the benefits, protection, and dignity they rightfully deserve. Ipinagmamalaki ko rin po, Mr. Speaker, na sa kaysayan ng aking posisyon, sa samot-saring isyong kinaharap sa Kamara, kung saan sa akin 7 taon ako ay miyembro ng mayorya at halos 90% ng boto ko ay bumoto ko with the majority. Meron din akong mga ibang binutohan sa mga panukalang batas at relusyon hindi batay sa dikta ng partido, hindi batay sa dikta ng mayorya, hindi batay sa pansariling interes o kagustuhan ng ilan, kundi ayon sa konsyensya, prinsipyo at katarungan. Sa bawat mahirap at kontrobersyal na desisyon, pinilit kong maging manindigan para sa kapakanan ng mamamayang Pilipino, kahit pa may kaakibat itong panganib sa politika o sa posisyon. Ang itong uri ng paninindigan ay hindi madaling tahakin, datapwat. Ito ay landas na itinuro sa akin ng aking ama, ang yumaong Senate President Ernesto Maceda. Bilang isang tunay na estadista, isinabuhay niya ang halaga ng makabuluhang diskurso, ang kahalagahan ng batas at ang responsibilidad ng bawat lingkod bayan na unahin ng bayan higit sa sarili. Ang kanyang mga prinsipyo ang nagsilbing gabay sa aking panunungkulan. And if I will never forget what my late father said before he passed away, the first time I won as Congress. Sabi niya, to enable to be a good legislator, you should be open to all positions and arguments. You should be able to agree to disagree. And sabi niya, the most well-crafted laws are the ones that are ventilated the most, where there is impassioned debate, where there is no restraint, and any and all sides can speak freely and then put together the ideas and then come up with a well-crafted law that is better suited for the needs of our people. To my esteemed colleagues, thank you for the spirited debates, the shared sleepless nights. Kasama rin po yung makasama ko sa committee dito. The agreements and disagreements. We may come from different parties and provinces, but we are united by one cause, to make this nation better than we found it. Having served as a member of this House, has both been an immense privilege and a solemn responsibility. A responsibility to safeguard, preserve, and uphold the integrity and enduring glory of this revered institution. Palagi kong sinasabi, hindi po tayo nandito permanente. May mga umupo sa upuan natin bago tayo nandito, may mga uupo pagkatapos. Ang importante habang nandito tayo, siguruhin natin na pag alis natin, buong-buo pa rin ang integridad at dignidad ng institusyong ito, ang mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso. As I conclude my term, I take pride in having honored that duty, not only by upholding its values, but by contributing in my own way to its continued strength and dignity. With gratitude and hope, I now pass on my aspirations for this institution to those who will come after me, trusting that they will build upon what has been laid and strive even higher for the service of our nation. Let us continue to be guardians of democracy, even behind the walls of Congress. So to close, to my constituents, minamahal ko mga taga-ikaapat na distrito ng Maynila, mga taga-Sampaloc, na sa buong political career ko, hindi naman nila ako pinahiya at palagi nila ako binigyan ng malaking mandato. Wala pa ako nung ako'y konsihal sa edad na 24 anyos. Thank you for your unwavering trust and support. You gave me the platform. I gave you my full measure of effort. I walked every barangay, slept in some barangays, heard your concerns, brought your voices into legislation. I'm proud to say that every bill I authored, every vote I cast was with your best interest at heart. Your lives, your stories, and your dreams were my compass. Though my term ends, my service does not. Public office is temporary, but public service is a lifetime commitment. I leave the House not in retreat, but in transition, ready to support the next generation of leaders and always ready to stand with and for our people. To those who will carry the work forward, may you serve with courage, legislate with wisdom, and never forget why you or we were chosen. After 9 years of lawmaking, coalition building, and fighting for what is right, I leave this chamber with a full heart and a clear conscience. We did the work, we made a difference. To end, sa pagwawakas, nais ko ipaabot ang taus-pusong pasasalamat sa bawat isa sa inyo, mga kababayan kong tunay na nagsilbing lakas at inspirasyon sa aking 9 na taong panunungkulan, sa mga estudyanteng patuloy na nangangarap sa kabila ng kakulangan, sa mga guro at manggagawang araw-araw na nagsasakripisyo para sa kanilang mga pamilya, sa mga nakatatanda na hindi kailanman nawalan ng pag-asa, at sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino na patuloy na lumalaban para sa kinabukasan, kayo ang dahilan kung bakit ako nandito at naglilingkod. Bagamat maraming pagsubok ang ating hinarap, bilang isang sambayanan, bilang isang lungsod at bilang isang distrito sa Sampaloc, mula sa kakulungan ng pondo, krisis sa kalusugan, hanggang sa hamon sa seguridad at kabuhayan, hindi natin kailanman pinanghinaan ng loob. Tatapwat limitado ang kapangyarihan hawak ng isang mambabatas, sinikap kong gawing makabuluhan ang bawat araw sa Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng matalinong paggawa ng batas, tapat na paglilingkod at walang sawang pagtalima sa inyong mga hinaing. Subalit, ang tunay na tagumpay ay hindi nasusukat sa dami ng batas na naipasa, kundi sa bilang ng buhay na ating naabot na antig na bigyan ng pag-asa at napaganda. Sa puso ko, ang bawat panukalang isinusulong ay alay sa inyo, mga Manilenyo, mga taga-Sampaloc na marangal, masipag at may dangal. Hindi rito nagtatapos ang aking serbisyo. Bagamat ako'y magpapaalam sa opisyal na tungkulin, hindi pa po ako nagpapaalam sa mundong ibabaw. Kundi ako'y mananatili at patuloy ninyong maasahan bilang tagapagtanggol, tagapayo at tunay na kaibigan sa anumang laban. Maraming salamat, mahal kong bansang Pilipinas. Maraming salamat sa ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, at sa lahat naging speaker sa aking 9 na taon. Ang inyong tiwala ay isang biyayang hindi matutumbasan, at ang inyong pagmamahal ay isang pamana na habang buhay kong babaunin. Mabuhay ang mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso, mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay ang Maynila, mabuhay ang aking distrito, ang ika-4 na distrito ng Maynila, Sampaloc, mahal na mahal ko kayo, at mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Representative Edward Vera Perez Maceda to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The valedictory speech of the Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda of the 4th District of Manila is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the gentle lady from BH Partylist, the Honorable Representative Bernadette B.H. Herrera, to avail of the privilege hour.
The lady from the party list BH, the Honorable Bernadette B.H. Herrera, is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise today with... Hold on. One-minute recess.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry.
Session resumes.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues and beloved friends and partners in public service, good afternoon. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit of humbled by the weight of the trust reposed in me, I rise today one last time, not just to bid farewell, but to give thanks for the rare privilege of having served this chamber for 3 consecutive terms. When I first walked into this August hall as a representative of Bagong Henerasyon Partylist, I was armed with nothing but the dreams of ordinary Filipinos, the aspirations of solo parents, the prayers of struggling mothers, the voice of the youth, the courage of women, and the hopes of micro-entrepreneurs. I was determined that they too would soon be seen, that they too would be heard. And so I fought, not with noise, not with spectacle, but with policy, purpose, and with persistence. Over 3 years, we championed landmark legislation that has touched millions, from the Universal Healthcare Law to the Free Tuition Law, from the expanded maternity leave to the Safe Spaces Act. We stood for children, for the poor, for the abused, for the underserved. We said, bawal bastos, not just in public spaces, but in government conduct. We helped outlaw child marriage. We gave teeth to the anti-trafficking law and anti-hazing law. We strengthened protections for women and children against violence. And we ensured that even in moments of calamity, our people would not be abandoned through the Comprehensive Emergency Social Welfare Assistance Act. Our advocacy was not confined to laws. It was carried into the farthest barangays by our mobile classrooms, our computer on wheels, which I started when I was still councilor of Quezon City. This empowered the digitally excluded long before online learning became a necessity. We brought livelihood, training directly to the doorsteps of those who needed them the most, because opportunity should not require a commute. It should be mobile, accessible, and free. Throughout my tenure, I took seriously the power of the purse entrusted to this chamber. I scrutinized the annual budget with a firm belief that every peso must serve the people. I championed earmarked revenues for health, education, and social protection, insisting that our national priorities be reflected not just in speeches, but in actual spending, because accountability is not a slogan. It is a duty we owe to every Filipino taxpayer. But all of these would not have been possible without the guidance, camaraderie, and collaboration of this institution. To the past and current leadership of the House of Representatives, who gave us room to pursue our advocacies, thank you for your trust. Thank you for giving room for small voices to grow louder, for recognizing that the strength of this institution lies in its diversity, not just of party and policy, but of purpose. To my fellow lawmakers, you have been more than co-legislators. I leave this chamber with immense respect for each one of you. I have learned so much from your passion, your convictions, and your friendship. You have been fellow warriors in the trenches of public service. We debated, we defended, we disagreed, but always we remained anchored in our shared love for our country. To my constituents, my staff, my family, and to every Filipino who believed in Bagong Henerasyon, maraming salamat po. You carried me when I was tired. You remembered me. You reminded me why this work matters. You are the reason I never gave up. Hence, as I close this chapter, I take comfort in the knowledge that Bagong Henerasyon will continue to live on in the 20th Congress. While I will no longer be your voice inside these halls, Robert Gerard Nazal Jr. will carry forward the mission we began. I have full confidence that he will serve with the same commitment to service over spotlight and continue to champion inclusive, just, and compassionate policies for our people. Although I may no longer be within these halls, I am far from stepping away. I will continue to serve as the spokesperson of Bagong Henerasyon Partylist, and we will always remain vigilant, active, and steadfast in advancing the causes we have long fought for, most especially in scrutinizing the national budget and defending earmarked revenues, earmarked funds for health, education, and social protection. The fight for good governance does not end with my term. It merely continues in another form. Public service has never been about position. It is about purpose, and the purpose endures. This is not the end, it is simply the passing of the torch. Thus, the fight against padrino politics and predatory lending will continue in the 20th Congress. The Goodbye 5-6 and Gobyernong Walang Padrino campaigns will not end with my term. Let us continue to push for a government that is transparent, merit-based, and people-centered. Let us institutionalize earmarked funds to protect essential services from being lost in bureaucracy and challenge the system to serve not with privilege, but with principle and compassion. After all, Bagong Henerasyon was never about one name. It was always about one movement. A movement for the mother who works 2 jobs to send her child to school, for the child who dreams beyond the limitations of poverty, for the solo parent, the public school teacher, the market vendor, the small entrepreneur, for every Filipino who simply wants a fair shot at a better life. We began this journey with them in mind, and we will end it in the same way. Muli po, maraming salamat, mahal kong bayan. Maraming salamat sa tiwala. Maraming salamat sa pagkakataon. Maraming salamat sa paglalakbay na ito. Muli po, mula sa Bagong Henerasyon, nandito lang po kami patuloy na magbabantay at iaangat ang antas ng pamumuhay ng ating mga kababayan. Mabuhay ang Bagong Henerasyon, mabuhay ang Kongreso, mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Representative Bernadette B.H. Herrera to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The valedictory speech of the Honorable Bernadette Herrera of the Partylist BH is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The privilege hour is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may I request that we acknowledge the guest of this representation and of Congressman Alfonso V. Umali Jr. of Oriental Mindoro 2nd District. They are the municipal officials, the newly elected municipal officials of the Municipality of Gloria, Province of Oriental Mindoro, led by Mayor-elect Teresita M. Ong, Vice Mayor-elect Wilfredo S. Condesa, Sangguniang Bayan members Owel S. Handa, Nelsie G. Ong, Teotimo F. Fampulme, Nick Orlando M. Hamilia, the Liga ng mga Barangay Vice President Michael A. Carandang, Barangay Chairman Richard R. Labay, Ms. Levy R. Vito, and Ms. Mayan Christine M. Espiritu.
The guests of the Honorable Arnan Panaligan and the Honorable Alfonso V. Umali of the 1st and 2nd Districts, respectively, of Oriental Mindoro, are welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you very much for your visit. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
We request our honorable members of the 19th Congress to please stay in your seats. The pagpupugay will start in 5 minutes.
We would like to request our House members to please proceed to your seats. We are going to start the pagpupugay in a few minutes. We would like to request our House members to please be seated. In a few minutes, we are going to start the pagpupugay. Thank you very much. Honorable members, please settle down. Please proceed to your seats. We are going to start the pagpupugay in a few minutes. Let us welcome the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, please welcome the Secretary General of the House of Representatives, Honorable Reginald S. Velasco, for his opening remarks.
Please take your seats. Thank you. The Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Gomez Romualdez, esteemed members of the House, honored guests, and cherished colleagues. It is with a profound sense of respect and heartfelt gratitude that we gather this afternoon. The Secretariat of this venerable institution, in keeping with the tradition fostered since the 14th Congress, convenes this ceremony, pagpupugay, para sa mga kinatawan ng ika-19 na Kongreso. A testament to our enduring appreciation for the service rendered within these hallowed halls. As the legislative calendar successfully ends, we stand here to celebrate the culmination of the unwavering dedication, tireless commitment, and profound impact of your collective endeavors. We present these mementos and humble tokens of our immense esteem as a symbol gesture and a heartfelt tribute to the relentless labor invested in crafting the legislative measures that shape the destiny of our nation and address the pressing needs of our people. To the distinguished members of the 19th Congress, as your remarkable track comes full circle, we pay tribute to your unrelenting passion and exemplary statesmanship. Your legislative milestones, crafted with meticulous care and foresight, have profoundly changed the lives of Filipinos, transformed the nation's landscape, and redefined its future. Through your combined efforts, you have shown an immovable commitment to the highest ideals of public service, steering the complexities of governance with integrity, wisdom, and courage. Your leadership has moved a nation, and your legacy will continue to shape the country's trajectory for generations to come. We express our deepest gratitude for your selfless service, vision, and perseverance. May the memories of your time in the 19th Congress continue to enthuse and motivate you, and may your future endeavors be guided by the same sense of purpose and devotion that have defined your 3-year stint. As the 19th Congress, as we reflect upon its tenure, stands as a beacon of accomplishment, a testament to resilience and visionary leadership. Landmark legislations, long awaited and fervently desired, have finally been etched into the annals of history. At this point, we are proud to present to you, our esteemed members, a film clip entitled Balik Tanaw sa ika-19 na Kongreso. May this visual narrative serve as a moving reminder of your enduring legacy, a testament to the indelible impact of your service, and a source of enduring pride for generations to come. Thank you.
Mabuhay kayong lahat. Session resumed.
Sa pagbubukas ng ika-19 na Kongreso noong July 25, 2022, nahalal na Speaker ng House of Representatives si Leyte 1st District Representative Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez matapos makakuha ng overwhelming vote of confidence mula sa kanyang kapwa mambabatas.
With 283 votes, the Chair declares a gentleman from the 1st District of Leyte, the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, as a duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Sa ilalim ng pamumuno ni Speaker Romualdez, nagkaisa ang mga miyembro ng House of Representatives sa layuning gawing pinakaproduktibo ang House ng 19th Congress sa pamamagitan ng makatao at matapat na paglilingkod.
We will work together to ensure that the House of Representatives truly embodies the will of the people. We will work hand in hand to ensure the swift passage of House measures that are needed by the people and would support development across all sectors of society.
Binigyang diin ni Speaker Romualdez na ang House ay patuloy na magsusulong ng mga panukalang batas at programa na magpapabuti ng buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Ang House ng 19th Congress ay kasalukuyang binubuo ng 306 na mambabatas. 220 dito ay lalaki at 86 ang babae. 245 ang mga district representatives, samantalang 61 ay sectoral o party-list representatives. Katuwang ni Speaker Romualdez sa pamumuno sa House, si Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales Jr. at sina Deputy Speakers Yaser Alonto Balindong, Roberto V. Puno, Christine Singson Mihan, Camille A. Villar, Raymond Democrito C. Mendoza, David J.J.C. Suarez, Vincent Franco Duque D. Frasco, at Antonio Tonipet T. Albano. Kasama rin sina Majority Leader Manuel Jose Manix Dalipe, Senior Deputy Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander Marcos, Minority Leader Marcelino C. Libanan, Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Ruiz Daza, House Secretary General Reginald Velasco, at Sergeant at Arms Napoleon Taas. Mula July 25, 2022 hanggang June 6, 2025, inaprubahan ng House ang nasa 1,540 na panukala. Kabilang dito ang 287 na naipasang batas o Republic Act, kung saan 33 ay Common Legislative Agenda o CLA Priority Measures. 836 naman ang naaprubahan sa ikatlo at huling pagbasa. Upang masiguro na maayos na maipapatupad ng pamahalaan ang mga programa at serbisyong magpapagaan ng buhay ng ating mga kababayan, tiniyak ng House ang maingat na pag-aaral at agarang pagpasa sa General Appropriations Bill na tinuturing na pinakamahalagang panukalang batas. Tinupad din ng House ang kanilang pangakong ipasa ang mga priority measures ng Administrasyong Marcos Jr. Inaprubahan ng House ang 27 sa 28 LEDAC priority measures, maging ang 61 sa 64 na prioridad sa ilalim ng CLA ng 19th Congress. Ilan lamang sa mga ito, ang Expanded Centenarians Act of 2024, Regional Specialty Centers Act, New Agrarian Emancipation Act, Philippine Maritime Zones Act, Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, Ligtas Pinoy Centers Act, Overseas Filipino Workers Remittance Protection Act, Kabalikat sa Pagtuturo Act, at Magna Carta o Filipino Seafarers.
Maraming salamat po sa Kongreso at kay Speaker Romualdez sa pagbibigay at pag-asikaso sa lupang sakahan para maging amin, mabigyan kami ng title sa lupang ito.
Sa hanay namin sa pangunguna ng aming komandante Admiral Ronnie Hilgaban, we would like to thank Speaker Romualdez for your leadership in standing up for our rights in the West Philippine Sea. Bukod sa pagpasa nitong Maritime Zones Act and ng Archipelagic Sea Lanes, alam natin na ang miyembro ng 19th Congress under his leadership were very supportive in asserting our rights in the West Philippine Sea. We know for a fact that the 19th Congress under his leadership has also been very supportive for the acquisition of capability building for the Philippine Coast Guard for more vessels, more aircraft, and even the increase of Coast Guard personnel.
Malaking bagay yun para pambili ng mga gamot, pagkain. Malaking tulong yan. Marami po salamat sa iyo, Ginoong Speaker Martin Romualdez at sa bumubuo ng Kongreso natin na siyang nag-aproba ng panukalo po yan para po sa kapakanan at kapakinabangan ng mga senior citizen, 80 years and above. Salamat po.
Bilang bahagi ng oversight functions ng House of Representatives, nagsagawa ang House ng mga inquiry in aid of legislation upang talakayin ang mga issue at agarang tugunan ang problema sa mataas na presyo ng kuryente, bigas at ibang produktong agrikultura, POGOs, illegal drugs at extrajudicial killings, maling paggamit ng confidential at intelligence funds ng Office of the Vice President at paglaganap ng fake news sa social media. Dahil sa mga pagdinig na ito, muling nanumbalik ang tiwala ng taong bayan sa mga institusyon ng pamahalaan. Sa mga hearing na isinagawa ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability at Quad Committee, nahayag ang mga ebidensyang nagpatibay sa mga batayan ng impeachment complaint laban kay Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte. Bilang kaagapay ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos sa pagsusulong ng mga programang direktang nagdadala ng mga serbisyo ng gobyerno sa tao, nakilahok ang ating mga mambabatas sa pagtaguyod ng Bagong Pilipinas Serbisyo Fair o BPSF events. Kasabay ng BPSF, naghatid din si Speaker Romualdez at ang House ng mga programang mag-aabot ng tulong sa iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan. Nariyan ang CARD program, Isip for the Youth, Sibol, Farm, at AKAP. Upang masiguro na mas maraming Pilipino ang mabibigyan ng libreng serbisyong medikal, isinulong din ni Speaker Romualdez na madagdagan ang mga PhilHealth benefit package para sa dialysis, breast cancer treatment at iba pang mga sakit. Naglaan ng pondo si Speaker Romualdez at ang House sa General Appropriations Act para sa pagpapatayo ng Mega Hemodialysis Legacy Building na nasa loob ng National Kidney and Transplant Institute. Ang 13-story building na ito ay merong karagdagang 200 hemodialysis machines. Kabilang din sa legacy hospital projects na pinondohan ni Speaker Romualdez at ng House ay ang Governor Benjamin Romualdez Cancer Care Center na nasa loob ng compound ng Ospital ng Maynila. Pinadagdagan din ni Speaker Romualdez at ng House ang mga benepisyong natatanggap ng mga PWDs at senior citizens. Bilang pagpapahalaga sa sakripisyo ng mga Pilipinong sundalo, naging prioridad din ni Speaker at ng House ang pagbibigay ng additional allowance para sa mga miyembro ng Armed Forces of the Philippines o AFP. Sa gitna ng banta sa ating soberanya, binigyang prioridad ni Speaker Romualdez at ng House ang pagpapatayo ng airport at shelter port sa Pag-asa Island. Bukod sa pagsasabatas ng Philippine Maritime Zones Act at Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, dinagdagan din ang pondo ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan na pangunahing nangangalaga at nagtatanggol sa seguridad ng ating bansa at mga mangingisda sa paligid ng West Philippine Sea. Ito ang Philippine Coast Guard, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, National Security Council, at Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Sa pagtatapos ng 19th Congress, naipakita ng House of Representatives sa pamumuno ni Speaker Romualdez na nagbunga ang kanilang sipag, determinasyon, at pagkakaisa tungo sa iisang adhikain. Ang mapaunlad ang ating bansa at siguruhin na abot kamay ng bawat Pilipino anuman ang katayuan sa buhay, ang oportunidad, seguridad at dignidad sa ilalim ng bagong Pilipinas.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of you. The House Secretariat now honors the beloved members of the 19th Congress. The certificate of recognition reads as follows. bestowed upon your honor for your invaluable contribution to the attainment of the legislative agenda toward the advancement of the Filipinos' aspirations for an inclusive and sustainable growth, just and humane society, and improved quality of life for all. Given this 10th day of June, 2025 in Quezon City. Signed, Reginald S. Velasco, Secretary General. We shall now call the House members per region. May we request our honorable members from the National Capital Region to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats.
May we request our honorable members from Regions 1 and 2 to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats. May we request our honorable members from Region 3 to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats.
May we request our honorable members from Region 4A to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats.
May we request our honorable members from Regions 4B and 5 to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats.
May we request our honorable members from Region 6, 7, and 8 to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats.
May we request our honorable members from Regions 9, 10, and 11 to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats.
May we request our honorable members from Soksargen, Caraga, and Barm to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats.
May we request our honorable members from the Cordillera Administrative Region to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats. May we request our honorable members from the Negros Island region to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats.
May we request our honorable members of the party lists to stand and hold your certificate of recognition for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Thank you, honorable members. You may now take your seats. At this point, we would like to honor the memory of our departed members who served the 19th Congress.
Trouble melts like lemon drops high above the chimney. You find me, oh, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly.
May we invite you to watch the video clip of Committee in Action.
So the Committee on Appropriation,
On the part of the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
Metro Manila Development.
On behalf of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, the hearing is now called to order.
This inquiry has been a venue provided to obtain facts so that we can arrive at the truth. Our aim has always been to ensure transparency, accountability, and the protection of human rights.
This committee is not about politics, not about attacks. This committee and these proceedings are about accountability.
The privilege of a franchise is given to those who are capable and committed to working for the good of the Filipino people at all times.
This inquiry will be a venue to better inform our kababayans of what the government has been doing to address smuggling and other acts of price manipulation.
para po ito sa bayan. So maraming salamat.
On behalf of our Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the entire House of Representatives, sa inyo pong lahat, maraming salamat.
May we now call the chairpersons of all special and ad hoc committees to the stage to receive their Medal of Distinction. Special Committees: Basis Conversion, Bicol Affairs and Economic Development, Creative Industries, East ASEAN Growth Area, Food Security, Globalization and WTO, Land Use, Nuclear Energy, Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, Persons with Disabilities, Reforestation, Southern Tagalog Development, Strategic Intelligence, West Philippine Sea. Ad hoc committees: Agriculture Services Convergence Initiative, Marawi Rehabilitation and Victims Compensation, Military and Uniformed Personnel Pension System, Relocation of the House of Representatives Complex. Protocol officers, please bring in the medals of distinction. Thank you, protocol officers. May we request the Honorable Speaker and the Secretary General to join the chairpersons for the group photo. A round of applause, please. You may now take your seats. Thank you.
This time, may we call the chairpersons of the following standing committees to the stage: Accounts, Agrarian Reform, Agriculture and Food, Appropriations, Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, Banks and Financial Intermediaries, Basic Education and Culture, Civil Service and Professional Regulation, Climate Change, Constitutional Amendments, Cooperatives Development, Dangerous Drugs, Disaster Resilience, Ecology, Economic Affairs, Energy, Ethics and Privileges, Flagship Programs and Projects, Foreign Affairs, Games and Amusement, Good Government and Public Accountability, Government Enterprises and Privatization, Government Reorganization, Health, Higher and Technical Education, Housing and Urban Development, Human Rights, Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples, Information and Communications Technology, Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy, Justice, Labor and Employment, Legislative Franchises. Protocol officers, please bring in the medals of distinction. Thank you, protocol officers. Once again, we request the Honorable Speaker and the Secretary General to join the chairpersons for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Your honors, you may now take your seats. Thank you.
Let us now call the chairpersons of the following standing committees to the stage. Local Government, Metro Manila Development, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development, Mindanao Affairs, Muslim Affairs, National Defense and Security, Natural Resources, North Luzon Growth Quadrangle, Overseas Workers Affairs, People's Participation, Population and Family Relations, Poverty Alleviation, Public Accounts, Public Information, Public Order and Safety, Public Works and Highways, Revision of Laws, Rules, Rural Development, Science and Technology, Senior Citizens, Social Services, Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, Sustainable Development Goals, Tourism, Trade and Industry, Transportation, Veteran Affairs and Welfare, Visayas Development, Ways and Means, Welfare of Children, Women and Gender Equality, Youth and Sports Development. Protocol officers, please bring in the medals of distinction. Thank you, protocol officers. Once again, we request the Honorable Speaker and the Secretary General to join the chairpersons for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Your Honors, you may now take your seats. Thank you.
May we now call the members of the delegation of the House of Representatives to the House Electoral Tribunal, headed by Attorney Jervil Jinky Bitrix R. Luistro, and the Commission on Appointments, headed by Ramon N. Guico Jr. Please come to the stage to receive your Medal of Distinction. Protocol officers, please bring in the medals of distinction. Thank you, protocol officers. Once again, we request the Honorable Speaker and the Secretary General to join the chairperson for the group photo. A round of applause, please. Your Honors, you may now take your seats. Thank you.
Now, we would like to call Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Ruiz Daza, Senior Deputy Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos, Minority Leader Marcelino C. Libanan, Majority Leader Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe for their recognition. protocol officers, please bring in the medals of achievement and the leadership sash. We would like to call Deputy Secretaries General David Robert Amorin and Jennifer Bakiran to give the awards. Once again, we request the Honorable Speaker and the Secretary General to join our House leaders for the group photo. A round of applause, please.
To continue the recognition for our other House leaders, may we now call our Deputy Speakers on stage. Deputy Speaker Vincent Franco Duque D. Frasco, Deputy Speaker Antonio Tonipet T. Albano, Deputy Speaker David J.J. C. Suarez, Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito C. Mendoza, Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Nihan, Deputy Speaker Camille A. Villar, Deputy Speaker Roberto V. Puno, Deputy Speaker Yaser Alonto Balindong, and Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong D. Gonzalez Jr. We would like to call the Deputy Secretaries General to award the Leadership Sash. A round of applause, please. May we request the House leaders to remain on the stage for a group photo. A round of applause, please. May we request the House leaders to remain on the stage.
Finally, we, the Secretariat, wish to recognize one more distinguished House member. Ladies and gentlemen, Please rise to welcome the transformative and visionary leader of the House of the People from the 1st District of the Province of Leyte, Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez. At this point, let us call the following: Deputy Secretaries General Grace Andres and Jeneline Go Sison to present to the Speaker the Leadership Sash. Deputy Secretary General Sofonias Gabonada Jr. to present to the Speaker the Certificate of Recognition. And finally, Secretary General Reginald Velasco and Sergeant-at-Arms, retired Police Major General Napoleon C. Taas to present to the Speaker the acrylic encased miniature of the House gavel and mace and the replica of the mace. Thank you, Deputy Secretaries General. You may now return to your seats. Everyone, once again, the Secretary General of the House of Representatives.
Honorable members of the 19th Congress, before we end, the Secretariat would like to present another gift to our beloved Speaker. This is a simple token of appreciation from the entire Secretariat for the Speaker's sterling performance as leader of this august institution and for his genuine concern and love, tunay na love, for the House Secretariat. On their behalf, I would like to present this simple gift to the Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please accept our token of appreciation to you.
Now let us call the Executive Committee of the House of Representatives to join the House leaders and the Speaker for the group photo.
This time, the House leaders will join the Executive Committee for the group photo. We would like to request our House leaders to join the Executive Committee for the group photo.
A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. You may now return to your seats.
Once again, we would like to call on the Secretary General.
May we invite the speaker to give some words for us and for the House members?
Well, to the Secretary General, to the Secretariat, and all, of course, all the staff, thank you for making all of these arrangements for this celebration, for winding up the 19th Congress. Most of all, the members of the House of Representatives of the 19th Congress, the leadership, we thank you for your steadfast work, your diligence, your leadership in crafting the legislation, the laws, coming up with the policies that are supportive of the administration of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. We do this for and by our constituencies, the Filipino people. The Filipino people, we dedicate our service, our passion, and our energy to make sure that we bring you a better life and future for generations to come. The 19th Congress, mabuhay. Mabuhay kayong lahat. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members, and thank you, House Secretariat. Everyone, yan po ang aming pagpupugay sa inyo. Mabuhay ang ika-19 na Kongreso. God bless us all. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, everyone. Mabuhay ang ika-19 na Kongreso.
Okay tayo? Sessions resume. Majority Leader. Session suspended. Huh?
Okay na yan, okay na yan. Hello, hello. Okay na.
Sige,
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we direct the Secretary General to take up additional reference of business.
Secretary General is to comply.
Additional reference of business. Message from the President. Veto message dated June 5, 2025. President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. on House Bill 10634, declaring certain portions of the Welfareville property located in the city of Mandaluyong open for disposition to bona fide residents without public bidding.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated June 5, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on June 4, 2025, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2558 and House Bill 11355 on enhancing animal industry development and competitiveness.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 9, 2025, informing the House that on even date the Senate passed with amendments House Bill 7500 on establishing an aquaculture feed mill plant in Barangay Bahit, Municipality of Panay, Province of Capiz, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
Message dated June 9, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate designated Senators Alan Cayetano, Escudero, and Pimentel as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2899, providing for a comprehensive legal framework for nuclear safety, security, and safeguards in the peaceful utilization of nuclear energy in the Philippines, and House Bill 9293, establishing the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Authority.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated June 9, 2025, informing the House that on June 3, 2025, the Senate adopted with amendments Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 21, urging the President to create a cabinet cluster for education to ensure the cohesive and coherent implementation of education laws, policies, reforms, and regulations among the department, bureaus, commissions, and offices in the executive branch of government to ensure sustained reforms to improve the quality of Philippine education, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Committee Report. Committee Report 1496, submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture on House Resolution 2325.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of the Honorable Joseph Stephen S. Paduano, representative of Abang Lingkod Partylist. Our guests are from 19 barangay captains and 1 SK chairman from Bacolod City. They are Evelyn Donesa, Melvin Bravo, Jason Ligaya, Kim Peramo, Asusina Estrella, Johnny Esmil, Freeman Madalag, Mario Flores, Nico Yap, Teodoro Yulo, Jo Marie Biasca, Nonong Halandoon, Kevin Revira, Rimos Abaring, Armando Vito, Gloan Tambasen, Bebeng Noble, Cliff Palma, Lindy De Leon, and Jan Roan Subong, SK Chairman.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Paduano. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Mabuhay po. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, Honorable Yeda Marie Romualdez, and Honorable Jude Asidre. The visitors are from the Prosecutors League of the Philippines. We have the President, City Prosecutor of Navotas, Armando Cavalida, Director for Region 4A, City Prosecutor of Binyan, Agripino Baybay III, VP for Visayas, City Prosecutor of Borongan, Editho A. Castillo Jr., Secretary General, City Prosecutor of San Jose del Monte, Sinforoso Roque Jr., Auditor, City Prosecutor of Marikina, Lawrence Joel Taliping, Executive Vice President, City Prosecutor of Manila, Giovan T. Lim. City Prosecutor of Caloocan, Eileen Guinyo. And Senior Assistant City Prosecutor Treasurer, Michelle Giab.
We welcome the guests of Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Honorable Yeda Marie K. Romualdez, and Honorable Jude A. Asidre, the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request for a few minutes of suspension?
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of our House Speaker, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Majority Floor Leader Manuel Jose Manix Delipe, and Commission on Appointment Chairman, Committee on National Defense, Ferdinand Jesus Romualdo. We have the following guests: Lieutenant General Romel Roldan, Major General Roman Dioso, Major General Benedict Balaba, Major General Elmer Suderio, Major General Francisco Lorenzo Jr., Major General Donald Gumiran, Rear Admiral Carla de Capilla, Major General Michael Samson, Major General Florante Sison, Major General Jonji Hugilon, Major General Ramon Flores, Major General Oliver Makiling, Brigadier General Bayani Puraming, Commodore Charles Merrick Villanueva, Brigadier General Dean Mark Amaril, Brigadier General Romel Alan Henete, Brigadier General Vicente Naldoza Jr., Brigadier General Patrick De Villa, Commodore Jeff Rene Nadugo, Brigadier General Nel Richard Patricio, General Eugenio Julio Osias IV, Brigadier General Billy De La Rosa, Brigadier General Erwin Salibad, Brigadier General Honorly Brillantes, Brigadier General Edgar Hatu, Commodore Edwin Nera, Commodore Zosimo Bolaños Jr., Brigadier General Ricky Bunayog, Commodore Lud Lincuna, Brigadier General Melencio Ragudo, Brigadier General Emmanuel Cabasan, Commodore Luidigar Casis, Brigadier General Antonio Dulnuan, Brigadier General Gilbert Roy Ruiz, Brigadier General Rewin Solomon, Brigadier General Siegfried Tubalado, Brigadier General Zandro Alves, Brigadier General Randolph Rojas, Brigadier General Gilbert Ombos, Brigadier General Medel Aguilar, Brigadier General Ismael Mandanas Jr., Brigadier General Nestor Pedro, Brigadier General Danilo Dupiag, Colonel Joel Almendral, Colonel Fernando Payapaya, Colonel Francisco Quezon Jr., Colonel Gloven Lay, Colonel Emmanuel Garcia, Colonel Percival Macaranas Jr., Colonel Romel Estoque, Colonel Roel Felix, Colonel Raymar Perez, Captain Paul Antonio Yamamoto, Captain John Percy Alcos, Colonel Clifford Nicanor Vasco, Captain Joel De Vera, Colonel Arvin Berino, Colonel Wilfred Arevalo.
We welcome all the guests of House Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Majority Leader Delipe, and CA Chairman J.J. Romualdo. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Buhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Speaker, may we request for a few minutes suspension?
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we direct the Secretary General to take up additional reference of business.
The Secretary General will please comply.
Additional reference of business. Committee report. Committee Report 1497, submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution 2327. Committee Report 1498, submitted by the Committees on Public Order and Safety, Information and Communications Technology, and Public Information, regarding the privileged speeches delivered on the floor by Representative Robert Ace S. Barbers on December 4 and 16, 2024. Committee Report 1499, submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts on House Resolution 2102. Committee Reports 1500, submitted by the Committees on Transportation, Appropriations, and Ways and Means on House Bill 11558. Committee Report 1501, submitted by the Committees on Dangerous Drugs, Public Order and Safety, Human Rights, and Public Accounts, regarding the inquiry on the privileged speech numbered 371, House Resolutions numbered 1346, 1351, 14, 1847, privileged speech numbered 235, motu proprio inquiry on the proliferation of criminal activities and unlawful acts linked to POGOs, motu proprio inquiry on the alleged irregularities in the procurement process and unlawful contracts entered into by the Municipality of Mexico, Pampanga, in violation of relevant auditing, procurement, and other laws. House Resolutions numbered 1629, 1666, 1703, 1771, 1802, 1810, and privileged speeches numbered 329 and 313. Committee Report 1502, submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts, regarding the privileged speech number 460, delivered in plenary on January 27, 2025, by Representative Ziaur Alondo Adyong. Committee Report 1503, submitted by the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, regarding the privileged speech number 379, delivered by Representative Rolando M. Valeriano on September 3, 2024, that called for an inquiry on asserting the power of the purse of Congress and motu proprio inquiry on the failure of the DepEd to deliver computer units in good condition to end users and other issues plaguing the agency's budget utilization.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up Committee Report number 1503 of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, and thereafter direct the Secretary General to read the title of the report.
Is there any objection? Here is none. The Secretary General is so directed.
Privilege speech number 379, delivered by Representative Rolando M. Valeriano on September 3, 2024, that called for an inquiry in aid of legislation on asserting the power of the purse of Congress and motu proprio inquiry on the failure of the Department of Education to deliver computer units in good condition to end users and other issues plaguing the agency's budget utilization.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Joel Chua to sponsor the report, Chairperson of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability.
The Chairperson of the Good Government and Public Accountability Committee, the Honorable Joel Chua, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Speaker, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, to the members of the 19th Congress and my fellow public servants. On behalf of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, I have the privilege to present to this august chamber the committee report on the inquiry conducted by the committee on the utilization of confidential funds by the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education. On September 10, 2024, privilege speech number 379, delivered by Representative Rolando M. Valeriano on September 3, 2024, was referred to the committee. It called for an inquiry in aid of legislation on asserting the power of the purse of Congress and reining issues on the utilization of confidential funds by the Office of the Vice President.
In the same vein, the committee decided to conduct a motu proprio inquiry on the utilization of public funds by DepEd, including its failure, the failure of the DepEd to deliver computer units in good condition to end users, as raised by the manifestation of Representative Jervil Jingy Bitric Luistro during the hearing of the Committee on Appropriations on September 2, 2024. The Committee on Rules gave permission on the conduct of the motu proprio inquiry on September 18, 2024. The committee conducted a total of 8 public hearings held on September 18 and 25, 2024, October 17, 2024, November 5, 11, 20, and 25, 2024, and December 9, 2024, attended by and participated in by officials of concerned agencies and stakeholders. The committee terminated its determination on June 4, 2025. May I now present the salient points contained in the committee report number 1503. May I request the secretary to flash to the screen the PowerPoint presentation. Let us now focus our attention to the report, to the consolidated findings from inquiries into confidential fund utilization by the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education, covering the period calendar years 2022 to 2023. As revealed during the committee hearing, the OVP received 500 million in confidential fund and 112.5 million for DepEd for the total disbursed of 612.5 million of confidential funds under the directives of the Vice President. The OVP spent 125 million in 11 days, averaging 11.36 million per day in 2022 alone, covering the period from December 21 to 31, 2022, and was issued COA disallowance notice. This is the only and first Vice President to request excessive amount of confidential funds in comparison with the past Vice President. Unauthorized activities, fund use for purposes unrelated to agency's mandate. Next slide, please. In the draft committee report, the following matters were exhaustively deliberated upon. Number 1, obstruction of inquiry. Number 2, misuse of confidential funds. Number 3, interference and bribery. And number 4, systemic flaws in the Joint Circular 2015-01. And based on these findings, we obtained from testimonies, submitted documents, and observations from members. Next slide. With respect to the first committee findings, the obstruction of inquiry. It stemmed from the refusal to answer key questions, officials from OVP and DepEd, which claim no knowledge of the actual usage of the confidential fund. Secondly, the unjustifiable attendance. Vice President Sara skipped multiple hearings, labeling them as political theater, and issued travel orders to invited officials as excuse for their inattendance to the committee's hearing. Number 3, claim national security and executive privilege to justify non-disclosure of recipients and payments of confidential fund. The misuse of confidential fund, the submission of spurious and questionable acknowledgement receipts were established, dubious or fabricated with fictitious, repeated names, similar handwriting, and predated and antedated acknowledgement receipts. We received a certification from the PSA claiming that no such name exists, the name that were mentioned in their acknowledgement receipt. Next slide, please. The misuse of confidential funds. The OBP does not have a national security mandate and use confidential funds on programs, activities, and projects not in the PFP. Improper delegation of SDOs. The confidential funds were turned over to unbonded security officers not officially designated as SDOs upon the instruction of the Vice President and was given full unilateral discretion for its disbursement and liquidation. The confidential funds were used for expenses other than confidential expenses and was unjustifiably exorbitant, excessive, extravagant, and or unconscionable. Example are the payment of rewards, medical and food aid, payment of incentives, or travel relative to confidential operations and rentals of safe houses. With respect to interference and bribery, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the suppression of documents. Attorney Zulaika Lopez, the OVP Chief of Staff, tried to block COA from releasing documents to Congress during the budget deliberation in the Committee on Appropriation. Undue influence, OVP officials meddled in DepEd affairs, forced resignation of undersecretaries. Cash envelopes were received by DepEd officials involved in the disbursement or liquidation of confidential fund which raised bribery concern. These were admitted by 3 DepEd officials. Lastly, the systemic flaws. Loose guidelines, the Joint Circular 2015 of the COA-ICPAO was exploited due to weak scrutiny and verification. It was admitted by the auditor that they only received the acknowledgement receipt which were submitted to them, but they did not scrutinize it carefully and verified. Insufficient bondings. The SDOs lack adequate fidelity bonds for funds handled. The committee made the following actions. To prevent future misuse and obstruction in the handling of confidential fund, the members of the committee filed the following measures on December 11, 2024. Number 1, the House Bill number 11192, entitled An Act Regulating the Allocation and Utilization of Confidential Intelligence Funds, Imposing Penalties for Misuse and Misappropriation. Number 2, House Bill number 11193, entitled An Act Regulating the Special Disbursing Officers and Imposing Penalties for Misuse and Misappropriation of Funds. The committee made the following recommendation. With respect to the legislative reform, number 1, it is recommended to amend Joint Circular 2015-01 to improve utilization, reporting, and auditing of confidential funds. Number 2, limit which agencies can access confidential funds by allocating cap set stricter SDO qualifications and stronger penalties. Number 4, amend secrecy of bank deposits law to allow COA and Congress access with safeguards of accounts under investigation. Number 5, review SALN rules for disbursing officers. With respect to the legal action, to file cases against official for the following. Number 1, technical malversation under Article 220 and 217 of the Revised Penal Code. Number 2, falsification and use of falsified document under Article 170 and 171 of the Revised Penal Code. Number 3, perjury under Article 183 of the Revised Penal Code. Number 4, bribery and corruption under Article 210, 211, and 212 of the Revised Penal Code. And number 5, plunder under Republic Act 7080, betrayal of public trust and culpable violation of the Constitution. Thank you, and I fervently request that the plenary will adopt the committee report, its finding, and recommendation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1503.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1503. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The findings and recommendations contained in the committee report 1503 are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider Committee Report number 1498, submitted by the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Committee on Information and Communication Technology, and Committee on Public Information, and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the said committee.
The Secretary General is requested to please comply.
Committee Report number 1498 regarding privileged speeches delivered on the floor by Representative Robert S. Barbers on December 4 and 16, 2024.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Dan S. Fernandez, the Chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, to sponsor the measure.
The Chairperson of the Public Order and Safety Committee, the Honorable Dan Fernandez, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, pleasant good evening. In an age where information dissemination is swift and pervasive, we as lawmakers must answer the call of our people to ensure that fake news will not have a place in our society. As the country with the second most number of social media users in the world, it is alarming that almost 7 out of 10 Filipinos find it challenging to discern between real and fake news across various social media platforms. And yet, despite this ongoing trend of misinformation, little legislative action has been done in order to combat its effects, which are real, apparent, and of significant concern. That is why the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Public Information and Communication Technology, collectively known as the TRICOM, convened pursuant to House Resolution number 2147 entitled Resolution Authorizing the Committees on Public Order and Safety, Information and Communications Technology, and Public Information to conduct a joint inquiry in aid of legislation on the rampant posting of false and malicious content in social media platforms while safeguarding freedom of speech and ensuring digital safety. The resolution, introduced by Senior Deputy Speaker Arroyo Dong D. Gonzales Jr., Deputy Speaker David J.J.C. Suarez, Majority Leader Manix Dalipe, Minority Leader Libanan, Representative Ace Barbers, Benny Abante, and Caraps Paduano, was subsequently adopted by the House Resolution number 286. In January of this year, 2 key privileged speeches delivered by Representative Robert Ace Barbers, entitled Social Media Bloggers, delivered in the plenary on December 4, 2024, and entitled Bangon Pilipinas, Condemn China Fake News, delivered in the plenary on December 16, 2024, were referred to the TRICOM Committee. The TRICOM conducted a total of 5 hearings before terminating the inquiry on June 5, 2025. During these public hearings, we uncovered several problems that have been plaguing the country in digital realm. We have heard different testimonies and presentations from the invited resource persons, including representatives from social media platforms themselves, on how they are helping the fight against fake news. We have also heard examples of how certain actors control the spread of information to a certain group of people and even explored the idea of foreign interference in the realm of information dissemination. Several big names were implicated, and even a petition for certiorari was filed with the Supreme Court in order to stop our pursuit of truth. And yet, the TRICOM remained true to its mandate to the people to uphold the truth, protect the Filipino people against deception, and ensure accountability for anyone who violates the principle of fair and truthful information sharing. From the beginning, the message of the TRICOM is clear. The inquiry is not about the suppression of freedom of speech. It is for the accountability of those who post and propagate untruthful statements, considering the potential influence exerted over followers and users, as well as the social media platforms who keep on tolerating the spread of the same. We do not wish to silence the people. We only wish for a safer and more reliable social media environment for everyone so that we can start trusting the news we read online again. For real change to happen, we must first take responsibility. Not just for our actions, but also for the role we play in shaping the truth, holding others accountable, and standing up against deception. And with that, I, together with my co-chairs, am presenting this committee report for the consideration and support of this August chamber. Una po, Mr. Speaker, the TRICOM has established the following key findings. Tatlo po to. The emergence and detection of coordinated disinformation campaigns targeting Philippine public discourse and national security. The TRICOM established that coordinated disinformation campaigns are on the rise in the Philippines, with watchdog groups and journalists presenting findings of network social media accounts that deliberately spread fake news to manipulate public opinion and shape political narratives. It was established that Chinese-linked social media accounts have been systematically disseminating content critical of President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr. while amplifying narratives favorable to Vice President Sara Duterte. A key example of this disinformation is the debunked Pulburon video, a fabricated clip that was made to depict an individual using illegal drugs who supposedly resembled President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. It was further established that at least 107 accounts were identified as actively promoting Duterte content while simultaneously pushing anti-Philippine messaging related to the West Philippine Sea. These efforts, carefully couched in the Filipino language, are designed to align public sentiment with Chinese geopolitical interests, revealing the extent of foreign information manipulation in the country. The information related to the WPS has escalated into a national security threat. Multi-tiered, foreign-backed disinformation campaigns are being carried out to destabilize public trust in government institutions and undermine Philippine sovereignty. Even worse is that certain Filipino pseudo-academics actively and relentlessly spread pro-China disinformation over the WPS in the guise of supposed expertise in geopolitics. It cannot be denied that the digital sphere has become a battleground of disinformation, misinformation, and fake news, with deep fakes posing as an essential urgent threat. Without coordinated regulatory and technological responses, these online falsehoods will continue to fracture national unity and trust in democratic institutions. One of the most concerning developments uncovered during the hearings involves Infinitus Marketing Solution Incorporated, a Makati-based firm implicated in an alleged covert agreement with the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Manila. Evidence presented to the committee, including a 930,000 check issued by Chinese Embassy and a service agreement bearing the signatures of Infinitus Marketing Director. Ang pangalan po niya ay si Micah Pasco Pointon, and Chinese Embassy official na si Wu Chen-Ki. Suggest that Infinitus is largely financed through undisclosed, non-interest-bearing, and payable on-demand shareholders' advances exceeding 26 million pesos, lacks of designated treasurer, despite certain representation made in financial disclosures, and has sustained significant financial losses with little trace of legitimate business activity. Notably, Mr. Speaker, Infinitus failed to appear before the committee to address this serious allegation. Di po sila makakapagtago ng matagal na panahon. Hahabulin po sila ng ating batas, hahabulin sila ng ating gobyerno. Given the fake funding sources, confirmed foreign linkage, and unresolved allegation of online manipulation, this matter warrants further and immediate investigation due to its potential implications on national security. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, the TRICOM also heard the testimonies and incidents confirming disinformation practices. The TRICOM hearings revealed compelling testimonies and documented incidents that confirm the existence of coordinated and deliberate disinformation efforts in the Philippines. One of the most striking accounts came from the blogger Vicente Peebles Cunanan, who submitted a sworn statement on April 8, 2025, detailing her direct knowledge of the circulation of the so-called Pulburon video. Cunanan testified that on July 7, 2024, she attended a private dinner in Hong Kong with prominent pro-Duterte figures, including attorney Harry Roque. During this meeting, Roque allegedly claimed to possess a damning image of the president and discussed plans to release it through a foreign blogger in order to avoid legal repercussions. According to Cunanan, Attorney Roque brazenly claimed, "Magaling ako magpabaksak ng gobyerno." This intent to weaponize this information was later put into action during the Maisog rally held in Vancouver, Canada on July 20, 2024, where Attorney Roque reportedly presented the video publicly for the first time, just hours before President Marcos Jr. delivered his third State of the Nation address. In addition to Cunanan's testimony, the hearing also unearthed direct admission from other bloggers who had knowingly and recklessly spread false information to the public. On March 21, 2025, during the third TRICOM hearing, Crisette Laureta Chu made an implied admission that her viral post claiming a mass resignation of police and military officers in response to the arrest of former President Rodrigo Duterte was entirely unverified and untrue. Similarly, Mary Jane Kiambao Reyes was confronted over her social media post dismissing the documented tally of extrajudicial killings during the Duterte administration as a massive hoax. When pressed, Reyes acknowledged her lack of actual basis and issued an apology for propagating false information. Meanwhile, Mark Lopez admitted that his earlier post and live verbal assertion that Philippine maritime forces like China had also resorted to water cannon attacks in the WPS was misleading and inaccurate. He retracted his statement in the same hearing and issued an apology. These testimonies and admissions underscore a sobering reality. Much of the fake news plaguing our nation is the result of disinformation, targeting the Filipino public, which are neither random nor isolated, but carefully orchestrated, often politically motivated, and executed with the help of influential figures and digital platforms. The incidents presented before the TRICOM are not only reveal the extent of manipulation, but also expose critical gaps in accountability and regulation. Pangatlo, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, yung pong ating regulatory and enforcement gaps in platforms, oversight, and taxation. While the TRICOM hearings made clear that coordinated disinformation efforts are being deliberately executed by political actors and online personalities, they also highlighted an equally troubling dimension: the inability of institutions to hold platforms and perpetrators accountable. The disinformation campaigns presented before the committee would not have achieved such widespread influence without the infrastructure provided by social media platforms. However, testimonies from platform representatives and government officials revealed that current regulatory mechanisms are grossly inadequate to address the scale and sophistication of online manipulation. It was established that one of the fundamental roadblocks to effective regulation is the lack of local presence of social media companies. Platforms like Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube operate in the Philippines without being legally domiciled within this jurisdiction, making it extremely difficult for government agencies to demand accountability or swiftly coordinate in the takedown of harmful content. This concern was corroborated by Dr. Rafael Frankel, Director of Public Policy for Meta in the Asia Pacific, who confirmed that there is no Meta-affiliated entity in the Philippines with a mandate to respond directly to violations or government requests concerning harmful or illegal content. The absence of a local office results in significant delays and jurisdictional gray areas, hampering enforcement and eroding public trust in regulatory safeguards. Dr. Frankel further maintained that Meta's role is merely that of a neutral platform and that individual users bear the ultimate responsibility for the content they post. Wala silang responsibilidad. Wala kasi sila dito eh. To avoid the appearance of censorship, Meta defers content evaluation to third-party fact-checkers. Nililipat nila doon yung responsibilidad, including Rappler, Verifiles, and Agency France Press. Yun ang kanilang ginamit para wala silang responsibility. However, this model raises concerns when disinformation is rapidly disseminated in coordinated waves. Ang bilis. Often during politically sensitive periods before fact-checkers have time to intervene. In effect, this neutrality allows malicious actors to exploit platforms' policies while insulating the company from liability. The reliance on fact-checkers, though important, cannot substitute for structural accountability or real-time response mechanism, particularly when the information in question is tied to geopolitical interference or national security. TikTok, represented by Public Policy Manager Pichi Paderna, presented statistics demonstrating its content moderation of efforts, including the removal of over 4 million videos for violating community guidelines. However, Mr. Speaker, similar to Meta, TikTok was not able to specify how many of these takedowns were linked to politically motivated or state-sponsored disinformation, nor could they clearly demonstrate how foreign link information operations were being detected and mitigated. In addition to challenges in content moderation and platform responsibility, the hearings revealed critical institutional weaknesses in the state's ability to monitor and tax the digital economy. The Bureau of Internal Revenue admitted that it currently relies heavily on the voluntary compliance of social media influencers when it comes to declaring income earned from platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. Despite the massive revenues generated by content creators, some of whom play prominent roles in these information networks, the BIR has not established data sharing arrangements with these platforms nor develop proactive mechanism to track earnings from foreign companies. Luging-lugi tayo dito, Mr. Speaker. We have expressed a strong concern over this passive approach, questioning why the BIR has not asserted greater regulatory authority to access platform-generated income data. Despite the issuance of Revenue Memorandum Circular Number 97/2021, which explicitly outlines the tax obligation of social media influencers, including income tax and value-added tax requirements, it is apparent that enforcement of the circular remains largely aspirational. The BIR disclosed that it faces significant hurdles in implementing the Revenue Memorandum Circular, particularly when influencers are paid through foreign-based entities like Google and Meta. Without access to back-end data or cross-border enforcement mechanism, the agency is unable to verify income declaration or hold digital earners accountable. This is a clear institutional blind spot that not only undermines tax collection but also enables the unchecked monetization of harmful online content. Mr. Speaker, inihahain po ng TRICOM itong aming mga pangunahing natuklasan upang bigyan diin ang matinding sitwasyon na hinaharap ng ating bansa ngayon upang makapagbigay ng akop na tugon laban sa disinformasyon. Mr. Speaker, may I ask that my co-chair, Representative Joboy Aquino II, be recognized to discuss the conclusions as contained in the committee report. Maraming salamat.
The Honorable Joboy Aquino, the Chairperson of Public Information, hereby recognized.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good evening to all. Mr. Speaker, the TRICOM hearings paint a clear and alarming picture. The unchecked proliferation of this disinformation online, amplified by foreign interests, unregulated platforms, and irresponsible content creators, poses a grave threat to the Philippines' democratic institutions, public order, and national sovereignty. Without urgent legal, institutional, and technological reforms, the country will remain vulnerable to digital manipulation, misinformation-driven polarization, and weakened state authority in the online space. Number one, the Philippines faces a severe and systemic information disorder. There is a rampant and pervasive spread of misinformation, disinformation, and malign information online. This order is no longer incidental or organic. Much of it is deliberate, organized, and politically weaponized, often orchestrated by both local and foreign actors. The use of deepfakes and state-linked narratives confirm that this information disorder has escalated into a national security threat. Number two, social media platforms are largely unregulated and accountable. Platforms such as Facebook, Meta, TikTok, and YouTube continue to operate in the Philippines without legal domicile, rendering them beyond the reach of regulatory enforcement. Testimonies from Meta and TikTok officials revealed that no local office exists with a mandate to respond swiftly to government requests on content moderation, or enforcement, creating dangerous jurisdictional gaps. These platforms claim neutrality and rely on third-party fact-checkers, but the hearings revealed now how this information is often disseminated in rapid, coordinated waves, especially during politically sensitive moments, outpacing fact-checking efforts. In practice, this neutrality shields platforms from liability while enabling malicious actors to exploit systemic delays and weak enforcement. 3. Social media influencers and content creators lack oversight and ethical accountability. The hearings uncovered disturbing admissions and testimonies from multiple influencers who publicly retracted or apologized for spreading false information without verification. The lack of sanctions or deterrent for these actions shows the absence of ethical standards or professional accountability in the influencer space. Content creators profit from this disinformation, and the current regulatory landscape provides no meaningful checks against the monetization of harmful, misleading narrative. 4. Enforcement of laws and agency powers are fragmented and insufficient. The institutional framework of the Philippines are not equipped to meet the complex demands of digital information warfare. Agencies such as the Department of Information and Communication Technology, National Bureau of Investigation, Criminal Investigation and Detection Group face overlapping jurisdictions, limited subpoena powers, and outdated procedures. The lack of real-time coordination, coupled with inapplicable tools such as cease and desist orders, severely hampers the state's ability to respond to fast-evolving disinformation campaigns. Even the BIR's regulatory powers are undercut by jurisdictional challenges as the agencies lack access to platform-held income data from foreign entities. Testimonies confirm that BIR enforcement remains aspirational, not operational, due to inadequate cross-border data sharing mechanisms. 5. Legislative and institutional reform is urgently needed. The TRICOM hearings underscore an urgent need for systemic reform in both legislative and institutional frameworks to safeguard the country's democratic integrity. Specifically, the following measures are needed. Mandate local registration or legal presence of social media platforms to ensure jurisdictional accountability and responsiveness to Philippine laws. Establish a digital regulatory or self-regulatory body to oversee influencers, advertisers, and content standards through enforceable ethical guidelines. Strengthen enforcement capacities or relevant agencies through expanded subpoena, data access, and contempt powers, and create mechanisms for cross-border legal cooperation on digital violations. Empower the BIR to proactively track and tax platform-derived income, particularly from foreign companies that monetize Philippine audiences without legal presence or disclosures and obligations. And introduce responsive digital safeguards, rapid content removal systems, A1-driven monitoring, and whistleblower protections without compromising freedom of expression and privacy under the Constitution. These reforms must strike a careful balance between protecting national security and public order and safeguarding democratic rights and in the digital age. Failure to act risks normalizing online disinformation as a political tool, a trend that would have devastating consequences for democratic stability, institutional trust, and Philippine sovereignty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, the Vice Chairperson of Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
The Vice Chairman of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, the Honorable Johnny Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to submit the following recommendations of the TRICOM as contained in the committee report. Number 1, review and amend Republic Act Number 10175, Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. This is to address challenges posed by emerging technologies and harmful online content by explicitly defining social media platforms, prescribing penalties for their participation in content-related offenses, and incorporating provisions on disclosure of data, parameters for auto-blocking of content, and preservation and retention of data. It is further recommended to grant subpoena powers to the Director of PNP ACG and the Executive Director of the CICC for the issuance of cyber warrants in aid of investigation. Number 2, consider enacting a law establishing the responsibilities of social media platforms and other platform providers as avenues through which user-generated content is exhibited. It is recommended that platforms be mandated to adopt practices such as content oversight, user authentication, and proactive monitoring of prohibited content or practices on their platforms. It is further recommended that a task force composed of representatives from the DICT, DOJ, and NBI Cybercrime Division be created to monitor and implement the provisions of this act without prejudice to the inclusion of other relevant agencies that may exercise control or supervision over emerging platform providers through which user-generated content is made available. Number 3, consider enacting a law establishing a comprehensive legal framework to protect the public and to penalize the creation, publication, and financing of false or harmful online content. It is recommended to cover misinformation or disinformation campaigns, especially within the context of electoral interference and foreign information manipulation, as well as the establishment and operation of troll farms and accounts. It should likewise protect user data, mandate foreign-based social media companies to set up local offices, and to authorize government agencies to issue takedown, rectification, and block access orders. Number 4, consider creating a multi-stakeholder Digital Council of the Philippines. The Digital Council of the Philippines aims to function similarly as the KBP and the NUJP to establish a regulatory framework for social media actors, set ethical standards for digital content, combat fake news, disinformation, promote digital literacy and responsible online behavior, ensure coordination between government agencies and private stakeholders, and launch public education campaigns. It is recommended to include in its powers and functions content moderation, monitoring and reporting of harmful content, certification and accreditation of influencers and marketers, public education, and investigation and sanctions. Number 5, consider legislating a law on AI with provisions for AI-related cyber threats like automated phishing, deepfake-driven misinformation, and AI-powered intrusions. The law would establish guidelines for AI-generated threats as well as introduce regulatory and liability frameworks for AI developers and deployers to ensure accountability in case of security breaches. It is recommended to forge public-private partnerships for information sharing mechanisms to combat emerging cyber threats effectively. Number 6, align the Data Privacy Act with international practices in AI-driven data security. This is to establish strict guidelines on AI data processing consent mechanisms and redress procedures for data misuse, and encouraging investments in indigenous AI technologies to reduce dependence on foreign AI systems in ensuring digital sovereignty. Number 7, increase platform accountability by requiring social media platforms to secure a franchise, accreditation, or registration to operate in the Philippines. It is recommended for the platforms to improve content moderation and reporting systems, implement safeguards against vicious algorithms, and improve fact-checking mechanisms and flagging of false or harmful content. Number 8, implement a data retention and cyber evidence preservation policy for social media platforms to ensure evidence is preserved for future investigations with retention periods as recommended by the DICT. Number 9, strengthen the legal framework and mandate of agencies involved in combating misinformation, malinformation, disinformation by granting them the necessary powers to effectuate the same. Number 10, institutionalize media and information literacy in the curriculum for young students to equip them in discerning credible information. Number 11, promote digital literacy and responsible online behavior by involving various stakeholders, including government agencies, technology companies, civil society organizations, and academic institutions in developing and implementing strategies to educate the public. Number 12, strengthen tax compliance of digital content creators in social media platforms by enhancing the Bureau of Internal Revenue's enforcement capabilities. It is recommended to establish systems for verifying income earned from digital platforms and support interagency mechanisms to track online earnings, including those paid by foreign entities. To facilitate effective tax levying, social media platforms generating income from Philippine-based users or advertisers should also be required to establish a legal presence in the country. It is further recommended to authorize the government to enter into cross-border data sharing agreements with digital platforms in relevant jurisdictions to aid in tax enforcement and compliance monitoring. At this point, Mr. Speaker, allow me to deliver a final statement. After several hearings, we close this inquiry with findings as urgent as they are undeniable. If we have one takeaway from this inquiry, it is that we face not merely a series of isolated incidents or a few bad actors. We are confronting an ecosystem, deliberate, organized, and in some cases, even state-sponsored, designed to manipulate, deceive, and divide. It is meant to attack, but this time not with guns, but with weapons far more insidious, with bots, manipulated algorithms, fake videos, and paid influence campaigns. And unfortunately, the casualties are our truth and democracy. We know this much, Mr. Speaker. One, so far we have uncovered that foreign interference is not a far-flung theory. It is a reality. Social media platforms in the digital sphere are being used to weaken our resolve in asserting our sovereignty over the West Philippine Sea. Numerous coordinated social media accounts, many of them anonymous or foreign-linked, are actively engaged in spreading synchronized, misleading narratives to weaken our national positions on sensitive geopolitical issues. These accounts often use the same content, language, and timing, behaving like a digital force with singular agenda. Two, that manipulated and fabricated media, including deep fakes targeting public officials, are being created and circulated with intent to deceive and destabilize, often amplified by politically connected networks and monetized through online platforms. Three, that false historical claims about our national territory have been allowed to trend unchecked, some of them presented in local language but sourced from foreign propaganda machinery. This is not mere misinformation. It is an attempt to distort public memory and compromise sovereignty. Four, that several influential online personalities, despite being deeply involved in spreading disinformation, refused to participate in this congressional inquiry, and in some cases resorted to insulting and maligning the very institution tasked with holding them to account. But beneath this all, Mr. Speaker, what is even more troubling is that the realization that within our country, the business of trolling, the business of deception and of lies has become a profession. That the disinformation and fake news industry has become an elaborate and architected system. Hindi na po mga individual na trolls lamang ang hinaharap natin. We are looking at a professionalized industry with influencers being paid to push political narratives and content farms, churning out propaganda disguised as news. Some of these are tied to foreign interests, others to local politics, but all exploit the same vulnerabilities: algorithmic amplification, monetization schemes, and weak regulation. It is designed to shape opinion, destabilize institutions, and profit from the confusion left in its wake, without regard to the effects that these lies have on the people and our nation. Freedom of speech is sacred. We agree, and that has always been clear to us, but it was never absolute. And it was never meant to be a shield for libel, deceit, or digital violence. So let me make this clear as well. The TRICOM was never about silencing dissent. It is about stopping deliberate digital deception, often paid for, often anonymous, and often dangerous. And we cannot, in good conscience, stand by and do nothing when this is so clear to us. Mr. Speaker, through these hearings, we have already seen the limitations and at times the evasions of social media platforms and the digital sphere. Hence, without clear regulatory frameworks, without local accountability, without transparency, these platforms will continue to be exploited. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, we earnestly urge this august chamber to adopt the findings and recommendations in this committee report, that they may serve not only as a blueprint for policy, but a mechanism to protect our elections, our sovereignty, and the Filipinos' right to truth. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1498.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report number 1498. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The findings and recommendations contained in committee report 1498 are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for
Session suspended.
Sige. Session is resumed. Majority Leader. Session suspended. Okay lang. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of Committee Report number 1501 as submitted by the Committees on Dangerous Drugs, Public Order and Safety, Human Rights, and Public Accounts, also known as the Quadcom. And for this, Mr. Speaker, may I request the Secretary General to please read the title of the said committee report.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the committee report.
Committee Report number 1501 regarding inquiry in aid of legislation on privileged speech numbered 371, House Resolutions numbered 1346, 1351, 141847, privileged speech numbered 235, motu proprio inquiry on the proliferation of criminal activities and unlawful acts linked to POGOS, motu proprio inquiry on the alleged irregularities in the procurement process and unlawful contract entered into by the Municipality of Mexico, Pampanga, in violation of relevant auditing, procurement, and other laws. House Resolutions numbered 1629, 1666, 1703, 1771, 1802, 1810, and privileged speeches numbered 329 and 313.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, the Honorable Representative Robert Ace S. Barbers, for his sponsorship.
Chairman of Dangerous Drugs, Congressman Ace Barbers is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Sa ating pong mga kasama sa ating kapulungan, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, your Quad Committee is ready and proud to submit to the plenary its comprehensive report, a product of 15 public hearings that stretched until the wee hours of the morning. Hundreds of hours of painstaking work, research, meetings, and conferences. A total of 26 bills now being filed are a direct consequence of the investigation. Mr. Speaker, for the education of our countrymen who are listening, allow me to briefly narrate Quadcom's history. It was in the first half of 2024 when 4 committees were conducting investigations in aid of legislation. The Committee on Dangerous Drugs was investigating the 2.6 billion shabu shipment that was stored in a warehouse owned by Empire 999 Corporation in Mexico, Pampanga. The Committee on Public Accounts was investigating anomalous land purchases by Chinese nationals with fake Filipino identities. The Committee on Public Order was investigating POGOs and the criminal syndicates operating within them. And the Committee on Human Rights was investigating the abuses and extrajudicial killings perpetrated by the implementers of the war on drugs. These 4 committees had no inkling whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, that they are subjects of investigations who were inextricably linked and have complex connections between and among each other. Empire 999 is owned by a Chinese national who are also incorporators of several other corporations linked to illegal drugs and POGOs. Prominent names like Michael Yang, Alan Lin, A.D. Tai Yang, and Pharmaly Corporation popped up. When this was discovered, a decision was made to hold joint hearings of the 4 committees. Thus, the Quadcom was born. Initially, Quadcom was looked down as just another political vehicle tasked to persecute those who are perceived to be in the opposition and those whose political beliefs are critical of the administration. It was not easy to overcome the negative bashings that were thrown our way, Mr. Speaker. Nonetheless, from the moment that this plenary tasked the Quadcom to look into, investigate in aid of legislation, and make its recommendations, the entire Quadcom team did not waste time and forthwith buckled down to work. Aware of the enormity of the task, we welcomed the challenge and faced the issues head-on without preconditions, personal biases, nor expectation. We were not prepared for what was to come. The mandate seemed simple.
work for the good of the country with dozens of resource persons, including volunteer witnesses and guests, and room full of paperwork and documents, we realized that the seemingly simple mandate was most demanding. The committee meticulously examined each and every page, listened and dissected every word uttered, analyzed all data, and scrutinized all the evidence for the sole purpose of arriving at the solemn truth. At the conclusion of our work, Mr. Speaker, Quadcom was able to prove the critics wrong. It does not exist for political persecution nor cheap propaganda. It is not an administration tool to destroy the opposition nor a vehicle to advance one's political ambition. Mr. Speaker, the Quadcom Committee report contains established facts that hurdled the test successfully. Those facts were the basis of the findings and recommendations put forth by the committee. Recommendations that are backed by solid evidence, both testimonial and documentary, that were presented in the hearings and unearthed through research. Quadcom is not composed of the 4 chairmen of the 4 committees alone, and the common vice chairman and the senior deputy speaker and 1 deputy speaker. Quadcom is the entire membership of the House of Representatives, for we all actively took part in the proceedings, contributed our time, knowledge, and expertise one way or the other. Thus, the committee report is the product of the collective effort of the members of the House, whose names deserve to be written on the pages of this historic undertaking. Bagamat nagtatapos na ang 19th Congress, Mr. Speaker, inaasahan po natin na hindi dito magtatapos ang lahat. The call of action and justice will not end in this committee report. Inaasahan po natin na may pagpapatuloy ito sa susunod na Kongreso na higit na mas matapang, mas mapanuri, at mas malalim na pagtalakay sa mga issue, dahil ang laban para sa katotohanan at katarungan ay hindi nakatali sa termino ng mga lingkod bayan, kundi dapat isulong para sa kapakanan ng ating bayan. Mr. Speaker, with this sponsorship, we hereby report to this plenary that our task is done as we seek approval of the Quadcom report. Maraming salamat at magandang gabi, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat, Chairmanes, Barbers, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, the Honorable Representative Dan S. Fernandez, for his sponsorship.
Congressman Dan Fernandez of the Public Order and Safety, you are now recognized.
Maraming salamat po kung gaano kahaba kanina, gaano namang kaikli ngayon. Maganda nga po sa ating lahat ang congressional investigation ukol sa mga kriminal at illegal na aktibidad ng mga POGO ay nagmula sa directive ni Speaker Martin Romualdez noong July 5, 2024. Ang dalawang committee ng Committee on Public Order and Safety na pinamumunuan natin at ang Committee on Games and Amusements na pinamumunuan ni Representative Antonio A. Ferrer ay nagsagawa ng 4 na joint hearing mula July 7, 2024. Sa unang hearing pa lamang, naipakita na sa taong bayan ang mga karumal-dumal na krimen gaya ng kidnapping, torture at murder na nagaganap sa loob ng Pogo Hub sa Bamban, Tarlac at Taporac, Pampanga. Noong August 5, 2024, nagsagawa ng ocular inspection ang dalawang komite kasama si Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales Jr. at iba pang mga mambabata sa Baofu Compound na nagsisilbing hub ng Suwan U1 Technology Incorporated at sa Royal Thai Court property na hub naman ng Lucky South 99. Dito na natin nakita kung gaano kalawak, gaano kalabis at gaano kaluho ang mga dayuhang nagpapatakbo ng POGO sa ating bansa. Noong August 6, 2024, nabuo ang Quadcom Committee at dito na nagpatuloy ang isang makasaysayang pagdinig ng 4 na committee sa magkakaduktong at magkakaugnay na paksa ng illegal drugs, POGO at TJ case. Sa pagdinig ng Quadcom na nagsimula noong August 12, 2024, unti-unting lumitaw ang malalalim na suliraning matagal nang nakatago, gaya ng pag-aabuso sa mga proseso ng gobyerno, mga katiwalian at mga banta sa seguridad ng ating bayan. Ang mga sangkot ay humaharap ngayon sa mga kasong money laundering at qualified human trafficking. Ngayong araw na ito, hindi lamang natin binabalikan ang mga natuklasan sa investigasyon ng Quadcom. Nais ko sanang bigyan ng pagpupugay ang mga taong tumindig at piniling maglingkod sa gitna ng panganib at pagdududa. Ang mga lumahok sa investigasyon ng Quadcom ay hindi perpekto. Ngunit sa kabila ng puyat, pagod, stress, bashing at online hate at kabi-kabilang pressure, pinili nating kumilos. Di dahil madali ito, ngunit dahil ito'y nararapat. Gaya nga na sinabi ko kahapon sa huling pagdinig ng Quadcom, hindi ko pagsisisihan na pinaglaban ko ang ating bansa. Malapit na matapos ang aking paglilingkod bilang kinatawan ng Santa Rosa, ngunit handa ako ipagpatuloy sa anumang paraan ang laban na ating sinimulan. Kung may aral man tayong mapupulot, ito ay ang kahalagahan ng pagtutok sa mahabang proseso ng makabuluhang pagbabago. Sa mga susunod sa yapak ng Quadcom, sana ay inyong tiyakin na hindi masasayang ang pagod at panahong inilaan ng mga resource persons na nakisama sa ating layunin at sumuporta sa ating paninindigan. Higit sa lahat, hinihiling ko na tiyakin natin na hindi mabibigo ang tiwala at pag-asa ng libu-libong kamag-anak ng biktima ng EGK at ang libu-libong biktima ng Pogo at ang libu-libong namatay dahil sa drug war. Pagpatuloy natin ang laban nila. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang Kongreso, mabuhay ang bansang Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Dan Fernandez, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Human Rights, the Honorable Representative Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., for his sponsorship.
Congressman Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., the chairperson of Human Rights. You're now recognized, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Majority Floor Leader. Magandang gabi po, Mr. Speaker. At salamat din sa mga naiwan nating mga kasama rito sa plenary na nagtiyaga upang makinig po sa amin. Maraming salamat sa inyo. So, Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues at mga kababayan, as this August chamber draws closer to the twilight of the 19th Congress, allow me, humbly, solemnly, to rise, not merely to speak, but to bear witness. There are moments in the life of a nation when we must pause and ask, where are we going? And who are we becoming? This, Mr. Speaker, are not ordinary questions. They are questions of destiny, of duty, of our very soul as a nation. For what is a nation without a moral compass? What is a republic without righteousness? Please heed the words of a senior citizen, senior member of this body. Progress without principle puts us in peril. Power without purpose is poison for our people. And it is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that I thank you for your leadership and for the work of this House under your direction. For in the face of evil, we did not blink. We stared it down. In the presence of darkness, we chose to light a torch and shone a spotlight on the sins of the past. Let history
record that in these hallowed halls, we formed the first ever Quad Committee composed not of the timid but of the tenacious, mga lingkod bayan na matatapang, hindi mga duwag. In the name of truth and justice, we had held 15 public hearings. We heard the testimonies. We saw the evidence with oaths laid bare in national television. We felt the fierce power of unshakable truth, sending tremors on the thick walls of impunity. Through the efforts of the Quadcom, we uncovered a system that normalized extrajudicial killings, with state-sanctioned death committed by men in uniform. We revealed the silent complicity of those who flashed their badges but broke their oaths to serve and protect. We also traced the bloody trail left by pogos, corruption, trafficking, kidnapping, and espionage, all cloaked in the business of encouraging foreign investment. Let the records show, and let history bear witness, this House did not remain silent. We listened, we spoke, we acted. Tayo ay nakinig, nagsalita, at kumilos. And soon, we shall reap the fruits of our labors. Our actions have revealed that invasion from without is not the only danger our nation faces, but decay from within. Because the truth is this: our chamber must not just promote good policies. We need to advance the right values and principles. For our countrymen are hungry, not just for food, but for integrity in public service. They need not just infrastructure, but inspiration. Let us not forget the solemn vow we made when we first took our oath to serve not self, not power, not party, but the people. Mr. Speaker, my exhortation to the 20th Congress is this: let us continue to remind the nation that there are still men and women in government who believe in right and wrong, who believe in truth over convenience, who believe in God and His commandments above all. And so, as the 19th Congress prepares to pass the torch, may we be remembered not just for the bills we pass or the measures we filed, but for the moral compass we steadfastly followed. Let our legacy be this: that when it was dangerous to speak, we chose to stand and be heard. That when others chose silence, we chose sacrifice. That when it was easier to look away, we chose instead to confront evil and to hold wrongdoers accountable for their crimes. Thus saith the scriptures in Proverbs 14:34, and I quote, "Righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people." Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, may righteousness prevail. May justice triumph. May the next Congress remain courageous. At nais kong pasalamatan, Mr. Speaker, ang ating Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales, na kung hindi sa kanyang resolution, hindi mabubuo ang Quadcom na ito. Ganon din, pinapasalamatan ko ang aking mga kasamahang mga ganun na lalaki at patitikas Katulad po ni Congressman Sarap Paduano. Katulad po ni Congressman Ace Barbers ang aming chairman. At katulad din po naman ng pinakamatikas sa lahat, si Congressman Dan Fernandez. Ayaw ko rin pong kalimutan, Mr. Speaker, si Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez na naging timon namin sa labanang ito. Kaya muli, Mr. Speaker, may God bless the Republic of the Philippines sa inyong lahat. At sa iyo, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po. As the old saying goes, good soldiers never die. And it says, they just fade away. But I say, they shall rise again. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Bienvenido Abante. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Public Accounts, the Honorable Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps Espaduano, for his sponsorship.
The chairperson of Public Accounts, Congressman Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano. You shall recognize.
Thank you, Madam Majority Floor Leader. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, good evening. Almost 2 years ago, on July 26, 2023, the Committee on Public Accounts initiated a motu proprio inquiry into alleged irregularities in the procurement, process, and unlawful contracts entered into by the municipality of Mexico, Pampanga. Over the course of the 12 hearing, the committee uncovered abuses committed by former Mayor Teddy Tumang and took steps to prevent the continued misuse of public funds. In the course of our investigation, we uncovered a deeply alarming issue: the collusion between certain local officials and Chinese nationals to acquire vast tracts of land in Mexico, Pampanga. It is well established that the foreign nationals are generally prohibited from owning land in the Philippines, with exceptions primarily allowing ownership through corporation that must be at least 60% Filipino-owned. However, it has come to light that some constitutional safeguards are being openly disregarded, as these Chinese nationals have managed to acquire land through fraudulent means. In due course, we came to realize that the acquisition of land through such means forms part of a broader scheme orchestrated by international criminal syndicates that have infiltrated the Philippines. These syndicates engage in various illicit activities within our borders, including illegal drug operations, illegal gambling, human trafficking, and other serious crimes. On August 6, 2024, the House of Representatives established the Quadcom or the Quad Committee to investigate transnational crimes and their impact on our economy and national security. As a result, the motu proprio inquiry was absorbed into the Quadcom broader investigation, as key figures in our inquiry, such as Edith Tayang and former Mayor Tumang, were found to be linked to a transnational syndicate involved in POGOs, drug operations, and other illegal activities. The Quad Committee exercised its mandate and uncovered numerous irregularities, many of which have already been articulated by my esteemed colleagues and co-chairs. On the issue regarding illegal acquisition of land, the Quadcom discovered that these aliens are illegally acquiring Filipino citizenship by securing falsified birth certificates, passports, and driver's licenses with the help of our corrupt public officers in the local civil registers Department of Foreign Affairs, and Land Transportation Office. Using these falsified public documents, these unscrupulous Chinese nationals are able to skirt the constitutional provision on foreign land and ownership. This is a matter of grave national concern, as there have been documented instances wherein the lands unlawfully acquired by these Chinese nationals are located in close proximity to critical military installations. The strategic placement of these properties near defense facilities may facilitate unauthorized surveillance, intelligence gathering, or other activities that compromise the integrity and confidentiality of military operations. If left unchecked, this encroachment may serve as a foothold for our hostile, subversive elements, weakening our defense posture from within. In view of this, legislators involved in the Quadcom filed House Bill number 11043, an act providing for a civil forfeiture in favor of the state. Any unlawfully acquired real estate properties by any foreign national. As you may know, thousands of foreigners have entered the country to establish POGOs, many of which have been linked to criminal activities such as human trafficking and online scams. There are also indications of ties between certain POGO entities and individuals affiliated with or close to the Chinese Communist Party. Given this connection, it is not far-fetched to consider the possibility that POGO properties may be used as basis for operation for their espionage network. This bill aims to allow the state to forfeit real estate properties unlawfully acquired by these foreign nationals. Recent reports revealed that thousands of foreigners have obtained fake birth certificates. In Davao del Sur alone, about 1,200 falsified birth certificates were issued by the local civil registrar in July 2024. This bill seeks to create a process for the administrative cancellation of fraudulently registered birth certificates by foreign nationals. This is House Bill number 11117, an act providing for the administrative cancellation of birth certificate registered through fraudulent means by foreign nationals, creating a special committee on cancellation of birth certificate and appropriating funds therefore. Additionally, the Quadcom recommended that the Land Registration Authority, or LRA, implement stricter safeguards to prevent illegal land acquisition and ensure full compliance with existing laws. To prevent the continued acquisition of businesses and land through fraudulent claims of Filipino citizenship, several laws must still be amended. One proposed amendment is to the new passport law, which may require additional documentary requirements for first-time applicants representing late registered birth certificate. Another proposal is to amend the Corporation Code to empower the Securities and Exchange Commission with enforcement powers, particularly in cases where individuals who have fraudulently acquired Filipino citizenship have already established or acquired businesses. This would allow the SEC to conduct immediate investigations, issue cease and desist orders, and initiate legal action to safeguard national interests. There should also be a study on whether PSA should have full jurisdiction of the local civil registrar. considering that many of these falsified birth certificates originate from corrupt civil registry offices at the municipal level. All of this, Mr. Speaker, must be carefully studied to ensure the protection of the Filipino people. Although I will no longer be part of the next Congress, having served for 3 consecutive terms, I trust that my colleagues will carry on the work we started and pursue the necessary legislative amendment. Mr. Speaker, the crisis we are facing today is a test of our resolve as a nation. It confronts us with uncomfortable truths. We have discovered that there are Filipinos willing to sell out their country for money, and they have become an even greater threat than any foreign invasion. Yet, even with the existence of such Filipinos, the vast majority still love and stand by our country. Some have been misled by propaganda, but I do believe that through our collective efforts, we can expose these acts of betrayal and awaken even more Filipinos to the truth. Together, we have the power to reclaim our institutions, uphold the rule of law, and restore integrity in public service. Let this be a turning point. With courage, vigilance, and unwavering love for our country, we can build a future that is for Filipinos. To my fellow countrymen, let us stand united and resolute in defense of our nation. Madamo nga salamat, and God bless the Philippines.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Stephen Caraps Espaduano. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report 1501.
Is there any objection for the adoption and findings and recommendation in the committee report? Is there any objection? The chair stands. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for
That's suspended. Sessions resume. Well, before we continue our next agenda, I'd like to give a short message. I'd like to thank our overall chairman of the Quad-Com, Congressman Ace Barbers, and our co-chair, Congressman Dan Fernandez, Congressman Benny Abante, Congressman Caraps Paduano, our Vice Chair, Romy Acop, and of course, our Deputy Speaker, J.J. Suarez. Salamat sa ating mga COMSEC and staff of the various committee. Nasa 15 hearing, nakasama po namin kayo. At naging produktibo ating hearing for the people. Well, 15 taon, 15 years of service in this esteemed institution have been both an honor and journey filled with lessons. I had the privilege of serving in the 14th, 15th, 17th, and 19th Congress as representative of the 3rd District of Pampanga. Noong 16th Congress, hindi po ako pinalad. Kaya nagtataka po kayo siguro bakit graduate na po ako ngayon. Andiyan si DS Roby Puno, kasabay po namin ang ating speaker ng 14th Congress kasi hindi po ako gumraduate ng 2016 hanggang 14th and 15th Congress lang po ako. Kaya noong 16th Congress, di po ako pinalad, pero inisip ko na may magandang plano ang Diyos sa akin. And He truly did it. Ginawa po yon, and He brought me back in these halls with deeper wisdom and a stronger sense of purpose. There were highs and lows. Natanggal po ako bilang Deputy Majority Leader. At natanggal po ako bilang Deputy Speaker nang nagpalit ang liderato noong 17th and 18th Congress. Alam po ni Dan Fernandez. Pero ginamit ko po iyon bilang motibasyon para patunayan ang aking dedikasyon sa serbisyo. Kaya napakalaking karangalan na ako'y muling pinagkatiwalaan bilang Deputy Speaker at eventually bilang Senior Deputy Speaker ng 19th Congress. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Naway magampanan ko pa at niyo pa buong puso ang aking tungkulin bilang katuwang ng ating Speaker. Salamat sa ating Speaker, Speaker Ferdinand Romualdez, sa pagtulak ng mga mahalagang batas para sa kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan. Saludo po ako sa bawat isa ng mga kongresista dahil hindi po tayo nagpatinag at patuloy po tayong nanindigan sa kung ano-ano man ano ang tama. Speaker Martin, dakala salamat, hindi lang sa tiwala, kundi sa tunay na pagkakaibigan. You've been my best friend, my Jake, through thick and thin, here in the House of Representatives since 14th Congress. My brother, beyond politics. Sa aking mga kasamahan sa mababang kapulungan, maraming salamat po sa tiwala at pagkakaibigan. My term be ending, but I'm not saying goodbye. Nandito pa rin ako para handang tumulong kung ako'y inyong kailanganin. To the new and returning members of the 20th Congress, the future of this institution rests on your hands. Serve with integrity, humility, and love of country. At kung may isang pong aral na gusto kong iwan sa inyo, ito po yun. Always do the right thing kahit mahirap, kahit mag-isa ka, kahit walang nakakakita. Gawin ang tama para sa kapwa Pilipino. At higit sa lahat, para sa mahal nating bayan. At sa huli po, maraming salamat po sa aking kadistrito, sa 3rd District of Pampanga, sa aming lalawigan, Kapampangan ko, Pagmaragul ko. Salamat po sa mga Kapampangan. At sa huli po, ako po ang inyong lingkod, si Aurelio Dong D. Gonzales Jr., kinatawan ng 3 distrito at Senior Deputy Speaker ng 15 ng Kongreso. It's been both an honor and privilege to be of service to you all. Dakal pong salamat, my fellow colleagues. Dakal pong salamat kaya kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11545. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal vote.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and call for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11545, an act granting hazard pay to public prosecutors exposed to hazardous situations and performing hazardous duties related to assigned cases and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11545. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Puentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Po Olga, Po Ricardo, Po Wilton, Ponghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Amlamario, Nolasco, Umaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Ilogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Iada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Takdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Yodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvi, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Ampara Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 11545. Abunda, Acharon, Agarao, Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Cari, Castro Jean, Celeste, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Frasco, Puentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Guico, Hataman, Co Olga, Lara, Lezatin, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Luistro, Magsino, Marañon, Marcolet, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Remulla, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez Iloyo, Romero, Takdalan, Tagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Taulug, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Huatco, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11545 is approved on third final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 10987, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is requested to comply and to proceed to nominal voting.
House Bill 10987, an act prohibiting all forms of offshore gaming operations in the country and providing penalties for violation thereof. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 10987. Ablo Sabante Abunda Charon Nasidri Acop Adyong Advincula Agaraw Alba Albano Almario Almonte Alon Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon Amante Amatong Ang Angara Aquino Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Arenas Arrogancia Asistio Atay de Aumentado Balindong Barbara Barbers Baronda Bascog Bautista Bautista Lim Bernos Billones Piron Bolivia Bondok Mangalon Bordado Busita Briones Prosas Puhain Bullet Pegtang Bustos Cabredo Cagas Kahayon Uy Calderon Calixto Campos Kawagdan Cardema Carrie Castro France Castro Jane Celeste Sandanya Chan Chato Chuashong Galao Ko Angelica Natasha Ko Elizaldi Ko Pilar Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark Ko Juanco Mark Colado Colianos Corvera Cruz Ambrosio Cruz Ricardo Cuba Quaresma de Goc Delipe Dalog de Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia Defensor Del Mar de los Santos Dimaporo Mohammed Khalid Dimaporo City Amina Dionisio Domingo Duave Duhali Duterte T. Faustino Ino T. Faustino Michael Carlos D. Ian Paul Ecleo Emano Enverga Escuderos Pares Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez Ferrer Antonio Ferrer Juliet Marie Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnetti Fuentebella Galeos Garcia Albert Garcia Dante Garcia Jose Arturo Garcia Maria Angela Garcia Pablo John Garcia Vincent Guardiola Garinga Zataya Gato Goed Christopher Go Mark Goles Gomez Gonzaga Gonzales Aurelio Gonzales Neptali Gonzales Sandro Goriseta Gico Ginto Gullias Gutierrez Haresco Ataman Hernandez Herrera Orebata Javier Co Olga Co Ricardo Co Wilton Pungun Labad-Labad Lacton Lacton Noel Lagon Daphne Lagon Sani Lara Lazatin Lee Ligarda Libanan Licaitong Loyola Luis Lumayag Makapagal Arroyo Maceda Madrona Magsina Malapitan Mangawang Manikis Manuel.
Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Manuel?
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes to this bill and I'd like to explain my vote later. Thank you.
You may do so at the end of
Marañon Marcoleta Marcos Mariano Hernandez Marino Marquez Martinez Mastura Matibag Matugas Mendoza Mercado Mercado Revilla Miguel Momo Morden Nava Nisa Nograles Nograles Almario Nolasco Maynal Dolaso Olivar Song Chuan Ordanes Ortega Wano Dizon Padiernos Paduano Paglas Palma Paniligan Pancho Panotes Pascual Peña Pimentel Plaza Plato Primicias Agabas Pumaren Puno Kimbo Rama Rehencia Rimulya Revilla Brian Revilla Ramon Jolo Reyes Rillo Rivera Robes Rodriguez Elohoyo Rodriguez Rufus Roman Romero Romualdez Ferdinand Martin Romualdo Sieda Marie Romualdo Romulo Roque Sagdalan sa Garbaria sa Calorón Salceda Sali Salimbangon Carlos Santos Saulug Silverio Singson Rochelle Singson Ronald Singson Mihan Solon Suwan Swansing Horacio Swansing Michaela Angela Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tan Bunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarazo Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yep Christian Tel, Yep Christopherson, Yep Edvic, Yep Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 10987. Abunda Acharon, Nagaro Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bustos Cabredo, Cardema, Carrie, Castro Jane, Celeste, Angelica Natasha, Paul Lizalde, Juanco Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma Del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Mamad Gadid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustina, Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Arbert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go Ed Christopher, Golis Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Kiko Hataman, Po Olga, Lara Lazatin, Lagardalim, Kaichong, Luis Magsino Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado Marden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Wamina, Lolaso, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Rimulya, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Rodriguez, Eulohio, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulug, Sansing, Michaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Teodoro, Tiang, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villarazo Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 172 members voting in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 10987 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Manuel is recognized to explain his vote.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. It's about time. Ito ang dahilan ng representasyon bilang principal author sa pagboto ng yes sa House Bill number 10987 na magbabawal sa Philippine Offshore Gaming Operations o mas kilala sa katawagang POGO. Noon pang nakaraang kongreso, nirehistro na ng kabataan ang ating mahigpit na pagtutol sa pagkakaroon ng POGO sa ating bansa. Buhat ito ng mga kaugnay na pang-aabuso tulad ng human trafficking at sexual abuse at iba pang krimen tulad ng pag-iwas sa pagbayad ng buwis para magkamal ng limpak-limpak na kita. Ngayong ipagbabawal na ang mga pogo, marapat lamang nakasama at hindi makalusot ang lahat ng pogo na nagbalat kayo. Ang mga pogo na nag-convert sa kung ano-anong business venture na hindi pogo sa papel pero nasa larangan pa rin ng kaparehong pagsusugal at pananamantala sa mga kababayan nating umaasa sa kaginhawaang pinapangako ng pagsusugal. Once again, I vote yes as principal author to House Bill number 10987. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11137, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal vote.
Is there any objection? Secretary General is requested to comply and to proceed to nominal voting.
House Bill number 11137, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Benguet Broadcasting Corporation, currently known as Fair Entertainment Incorporated, under Republic Act number 9119 as amended, entitled An Act Granting the Benguet Broadcasting Corporation a Franchise to Construct, Install, Establish, Operate, and Maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11137. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong ang Angara Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Arenas Arrogancia Asisio Atay de Aumentado Balindong Barba Barbers Baronda Bascug Bautista Lim Bernos Billones Biron Bolilia Bondok Bongalon Bordado Bosita Briones Brosas Buhain Bulot Bigtang Bustos Cabredo Cagas Kahayon Uy Calderon Calixto Campos Kawagdan Cardema Cari Castro Franz Castro Jane Celeste Sendanya Chan Chato Chua Chunggalaw Ko Angelica Natasha Ko Elizaldi Ko Pilar Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark Ko Juanco Mark Colada Colyantes Corvera Cruz Ambrosio Cruz Ricardo Cua Quaresma Dagook Dalipe Dalog Dayang Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia Defensor del Mar de los Santos Dimaporo Muhammad Kali Dimaporo City Amina Dionisio Domingo Duawit Duhali Duterte Difo Sino Ino Difo Sino Michael Carlos D. Ian Paul Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez Ferrer Antonio Ferrer Juliet Marie Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fuentebella Galeos Garcia Albert Garcia Dante Garcia Jose Arturo Garcia Maria Angela Garcia Pablo Jan Garcia Vincent Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato Go Ed Christopher Go Mark Goles Gomez Gonzaga Gonzales Aurelio Gonzales Neptali Gonzales Sandro Goriseta Guico Ginto Gulias Gutierrez Jaresco Hataman Hernandez Herrera Orebata Javier Ko Olga Ko Ricardo Ko Wilton Konghun Labad-Labad Lacson Noel Lagon Daphne Lagon Sani Lara Lazatin Lee Ligarda Libanan Limbasyong Loyola Luistro Lumayag Makapagal Arroyo Maceda Madrona Magsino Malapitan Mangawang Manikis Manuel Marañon Marcoleta Marcos Mariano Hernandez Marinho Marquez Martinez Mastura Matibag Matugas Mendoza Mercado Revilla Miguel Momo Morden Nava Nisay Nograles Almario Nolasco Uwaminal Olaso Olivares Ongchuan Ordanes Ortega Uwano Tizon Padiernos Paduano Paglas Palma Panaligan Pancho Panotes Pascual Peña Pimentel Plaza Plato Primisya Sagabas Pumaren Puno Kimbo Rama Regencia Remulia Revilla Brian Revilla Ramonjolo Reyes Rillo Rivera Robes Rodriguez Eulogio Rodriguez Rufus Roman Romero Romualdez Ferdinand Martin Romualdez Iada Marie Romualdo Romulo Roque Sakdalan Sagarbaria Sakaluran Salceda Sali Salimbangon Salo Santos Saulug Silverio Singson Richel Singson Ronald Singson Mihan Solon Suwan Suwansing Horacio Suwansing Micaela Angela Suarez Taliado Tamayo Tambunting Tan Joseph Tan Keith Micah Tan Reynolds Michael Tan Samir Tan Stephen James Tan Tambut Tan Chay Tan Huatco Tariela Teodoro Teves Tiangco Tieng Tolentino Tulfo Erwin Tulfo Jocelyn Tulfo Ralph Wendell Tupas Tutor T Umali Unabia Ungab Uy Valeriano Valmayor Vargas Vargas Alfonso Velasco Veloso Tuazon Vergara Versosa Villafuerte Luis Raymond Villafuerte Miguel Luis Villanueva Villar Villaraza Suarez Villarica Vialago Yamsuan Yap Christiantel Yap Christopherson Yap Edvic Yap Eric U Divina Grace U Jaisal Victoria Yulo Zamora Amparo Maria Zamora Maria Carmen Zamora Isabel Maria Zubit Second call in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11137. Abunda, Acharon, Agaraw, Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista Lim, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Cari, Castro Jean, Celeste, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go Ed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guico, Ataman, Ko Olga, Lara, Lasatin, Legarda, Lim Gaychong, Luistro, Magsino, Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Umaminal, Olaso, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Remulla, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez Eulogio, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulug, Tuansing, Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Vialago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 171 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 2 abstentions, House Bill number 11137 is hereby approved on third and final read. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11353, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is requested to comply and to proceed to nominal vote.
House Bill number 11353, an act establishing a national policy framework for the development, utilization, and commercialization of energy storage system. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11353. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Choron, Asidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansya, Sitio, Ataide, Komentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baron, Dabasco, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Billones, Piron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Pungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulet, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Carrie, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celestis, Indanya, Chan, Chato, Chuas, Changalaw, Ko Angelica, Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colado Colliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kuwa Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Diyang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo David Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Eclayo Emmanuel Envergues Codero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fedibella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Boyd Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Napoli, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta Gico, Ginto, Gulius, Guterres, Resco, Ataman Hernandez, Herrera, Orbata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Ponghun, Labadlabad, Lacton, Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Laura, Lazatin Lee, Ligarda, Libanon, Ligaychong Loyola, Luis Lumayang, Macpagal Arroyo, Seda Madrona, Magtina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis,
Mr.
Manuel.
Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Manuel?
I vote no to House Bill 11353 and I'd like to explain my vote later.
The Honorable
Thank you.
Manuel may do so at the conclusion of the vote.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Salmario, Nolasco, Amina, Lolaso, Olivares, Ongtuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancha, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Lumisia, Sabagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eloyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagdalan, Sagarbaria, Kaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimangon, Salos, Santos, Aulit, Silverio, Singson, Richelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mian, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Kela, Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamay, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tufo, Erwin, Tufo, Jocelyn, Tufo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Yutor, Umalo, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Velasquez, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafer de Luis Raymond, Villafer de Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarico, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christendel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, Yap Eric, Yadivina Grace, Diesel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 1153. Abunda at Chona, Nagaraw, Almario, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Carrie, Castro Jane, Celeste, Ko Angelica, Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, David Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo Envergues, Estrella Yudela, Farinas Frasco, Fuente Bella, Garcia Arbet, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Goed Christopher, Golis Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Kiko Hataman, Co Olga, Lara Lazatin, Ligardel, Caito Luis Romagtino, Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariana Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Amina, Lolaso, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Remulia, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez, Elohio, Romero, Sacdan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Sauluk, Tan Kela, Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Mato, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Versosa, Villafer de Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 190 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 11353 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Manuel is recognized to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation votes no to House Bill 11353. While we have been supporting the development of Philippine-made renewable energy storage facilities, we reject attempts to fortify the role of big private energy corporations through commercialization of energy storage systems. Sa matagal na panahon, napatunayan na pinapasa ng mga korporasyon na ito ang financial burden sa mga consumer. Kaya hanggat hindi nababago ang ganitong setup, lalong nagiging hindi abot kaya at hindi abot kamay ang pampublikong serbisyo gaya ng kuryente, kahit pa manggaling ito sa renewable energy, of which our country has lots of potential that is not yet fully tapped. Dagdag din, Mr. Speaker, the language of the bill includes the phrase sustainable energy, which can be interpreted to include sources of energy which are actually not renewable. For instance, fossil gas, nuclear energy, and so-called detour technologies like hydrogen and ammonia co-firing, which only divert our country from the path of going to net zero and fully reducing our carbon emissions. Lastly, the definition of renewable energy facility in Section 11 can distort the essence of renewable energy. Private corporations can avail of incentives through piecemeal or superficial commitments to renewable energy while continuing to profit from fossil fuels and delaying our just transition. For these reasons, we vote no to House Bill 11353. Salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration, third reading, House Bill number 11356, copies of which were distributed to the members. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill, thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Secretary General is requested to comply and to proceed to nominal vote.
House Bill number 11356, an act strengthening the functions of the negosyo centers, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10644, otherwise known as the Go Negosyo Act. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11356. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, at Caron, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Pernos, Bilyones, Piron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Puhain, Bulot, Begtang, Busos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calicto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Tendanya, Chan, Tua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza, De Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gat, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goricet, Quinto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Ribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Punghun, Labad-Labad, Lacton, Lactonoel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limgarchong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Mordenava, Nisay, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Juan Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primisya Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sierra Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Takdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Taulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Tolon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huat, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Totorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaras, Suarez, Villarica, Bialago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11356. Abunda, Acharon, Agaraw, Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Cari, Castro Jane, Celeste, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go Ed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Wico, Hataman, Co Olga, Lara, Lazatin, Legarda, Limpachong, Luistro, Magtino, Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Rimulya, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez Eulogio, Romero, Takdalan, Tagarbaria, Salceda, Talimbangon, Taulug, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Bialago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 11356 hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11358, copies of which were distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll of nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Secretary General is directed to comply and to please proceed to nominal vote.
House Bill number 11358, an act providing for a comprehensive fiscal autonomy for the judiciary, creating for the purpose the Judiciary Trust Fund. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 1135. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Choron, Asidre, Ako, Padyong, Atingcola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magtaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Rogancia, Asispi, Atay, de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Limbernos, Millones, Biron, Bolivia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Muhain, Bulit, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cavagdon, Cardema, Carrie, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sindanya, Chan, Chato, Chpoch, Calao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co Juan Mark, Colado Colianes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma, Nagok, Delibe, Dalog, Duyang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo David Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emmanuel Enverga Escudero Esparces, Estrella Udela Farinas Fernandez Ferran Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fuentebella, Galeos Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garcia Garin, Desataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta Gico Guindo, Gullias Gutierrez, Ares Cotaman Hernandez, Herrera, Ribata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Lianan, Likay Chong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madrona, Magtino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino Martinez, Mistura, Matibag Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Nograles San Mario, Nolasco, Minal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongtuan, Ordanes Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Paderos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Palaligan, Pancha, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencha, Rimulya, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Lamon, Jolo, Reyes, Riley, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Hilohoyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagdalan sa Carbaria, Sakaluran Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronan, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Arasio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Ridos Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Utorti, Umario Nabia Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmir Vargas, Vargas Alfonso Velasco Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa Villa, Villaferto Luis Raymond, Villaferto Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suwan, Yap Chantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11358. Abunda Choron Agaraw Almario Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista Lim, Bustos Cabredo Cardema, Carrie Castro Jane, Celeste Angelica Natasha, Po Elizalde, Kuwangko Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Paresma Del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kari, Dimaporo Sitamina, David Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo Enverga Estrella Udel, Farinas Frasco, Fuentevella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go Ed Christopher, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Kiko Hataman, Co Olga, Lara Lazatin, Ligardo Lincaytong, Luis Ramagino Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariana Hernandez, Martinez Matugas Mercado Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Amina, Lolaso, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Rimulya, Reyes, Rillo, Rivero, Rodriguez, Hilohoyo, Romero, Sagdalan, Sagbarbaria, Salcedo, Salimbangon, Saulug, Sansing, Michaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynos Michael, Tan Tamir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Mateo, Teodoro, Tiang Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 174 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 11358 hereby approved on third and final read. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11363, copies of which were distributed to the members. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Secretary General is directed to please comply and to proceed to nominal vote.
House Bill number 11363, an act creating a system of partnership between local governments and civil society organizations through the establishment of a People's Council in every local government unit, prescribing its powers and functions and providing for its participation in the local sanggunian and local boards, councils, committees, task forces, or similar work groups. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11363. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asiso, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Pernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jean, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko, Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Hua, Quaresma, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yodela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriset, Huico, Gintu, Julius, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Orebat, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacton, Lactonoel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limberchong Loyola, Luistro, Lamayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manigis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancha, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Takdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Michelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Totorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Balmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divinagris, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubir. Second call in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11363. Abunda Charon Agaraw Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bustos Cabredo, Cardema, Cari, Castro Jane, Celeste, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go Ed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guico, Hataman, Co Olga, Lara, Lazatin, Ligarda, Limperchong, Luistro, Magsino, Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Remulla, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulug, Swansing, Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 11363 hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 11431, copies of which have been distributed to the members. And pursuant to the rules of the House, for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and to thereafter proceed to nominal.
House Bill number 11431, an act transferring the management and full control of the Quezon City Velodrome from the Philippine Sports Commission to the Quezon City Government, amending for the purpose Section 23 of Republic Act number 6847, otherwise known as the Philippine Sports Commission Act. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11431. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidri, Aqua, Padyong, Advincola, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonde, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sargancia, Sisto, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Moronda, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolidia, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Broses, Buhain, Bultbegtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sindanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Changalao, Co Angelica, Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juan, Co Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Co Juan, Co Mark, Colado, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Coa Quaresma, Daguac, Dalipe, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, Desus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimapor, Muhammad Kadid, Dimapor, City Amina, Junicio Domingo, David, Dohalio, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Iman, Enverga, Escudero, Paris Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farines, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebello, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Ardante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gazataya Gato, Goid, Christopher, Gomart, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptari, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Aresco, Taman Hernandez, Herrera, Limbangon, Salos, Santos, Saudug, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michelangela, Suarez Salgado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umalio, Nabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Velasco, Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Puerto Luis Raymond, Puerto Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yula Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11431. Abunda Acharon, Agaraw Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bustos Cabredo Cardema, Cari, Castro Jane, Celeste, Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juan, Co Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Cali, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavi Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo Enverga, Estrella, Udera, Farinas Frasco, Fuendebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gico Ataman, Co Olga, Lara, Lazatin, Ligardlin, Caichon, Luis, Rumagsino, Maranyan, Marcaleta, Mariana Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Minal, Alaso, Juan Dizon, Padiernes, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Remulia, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez, Elohio, Romero, Sagdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulog, Swansing, Michelangela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Teodoro, Tiang, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villarazo Suarez, Federica Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 192 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 11431 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11440, copies of which were distributed to the members. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is requested to comply and to proceed to nominal voting.
House Bill number 11440, an act providing for a national anti-doping policy in sports, establishing for the purpose the Philippine National Anti-Doping Organization, and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11440. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Mungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begdang, Bustos Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jean, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimoporo Muhammad Gali, Dimoporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina Estrella Yodela Farinas Fernandez Ferrer Antonio Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Nepli, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jerez, Hataman Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Marquez, Martinez, Masura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primisya Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elorio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, Sakaluran Salceda, Sali Salimbangon, Salo Santos, Saulug Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves de Angkot, Yang Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11440. Abunda, Acharon, Agaraw, Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Busos, Cabredo, Cardema, Cari, Castro Jane, Celeste, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Gali, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Fosino Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go Ed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guico, Hataman, Co Olga, Lara, Lazatin, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Luistro, Magsino, Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Remulla, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez Elorio, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulug, Swansing, Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Teodoro, Tieng Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Verzosa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 11440 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11461, copies of which have been distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is requested to comply and to proceed to nominal voting.
House Bill number 11461. An act providing for the establishment of Muslim cemeteries in cities and municipalities with significant number of Muslim population and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11461. Abalo Sabante Abunda Choron Asidri Ako Padyong Advincula Agaraw Alba Albano Almali Armonte Alonte Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon Amante Amatong Angara Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Arena Sarugancia Asistio Atay de Aumentado Balindong Barba Barbers Barona Basco Bautista Bautista Limbrinos Billones Biron Bolivia Bondok Wangalon Bordado Bosita Briones Brosas Buhain Bulit Begtang Bustos Cabredo Cagas Kayan Uy Calderon Calixto Campos Kawagdan Cardema Carey Castor Franz Castor Jane Celeste Sindanya Chan Chato Chua Changalaw Ko Angelica Natasha Ko Elizaldi Ko Pilar Ko Juan Ko Jaime Eduardo Mark Ko Juan Ko Mark Colado Coliantes Corvera Cruz Ambrosio Cruz Ricardo Cuba Quaresma Dagog Delipe Dalog de Yanghirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia Defensor Delmar de los Santos Dimaporo Muhammad Kadin Dimaporo City Amina Dionisio Domingo David Duhali Duterte Di Faustino Ino Di Faustino Michael Carlos Di Ian Paul Ecleo Emana Enverga Escuderos Pares Espina Estrella Yudel Farinas Fernandez Ferrer Antonio Ferrer Juliet Marie Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnetti Fendibella Galeos Garcia Albert Garcia Dante Garcia Jose Arturo Garcia Maria Angela Garcia Pablo John Garcia Vincent Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato Goit Christopher Go Mark Goles Gomez Gonzaga Gonzalez Aurelio Gonzalez Neptali Gonzalez Sandro Goriseta Gico Ginto Galias Gutierrez Horacio Artman Hernandez Herrero Ribata Javier Ko Olga Ko Ricardo Ko Wilton Kong Hun Labad Lacson Lacson Noel Lagon Daphne Lagon Sani Lara Lazatin Lee Negarda Libanil Caichon Loyola Luis Lumaig Macpagalaroyo Maceda Madrona Magsino Malapitan Mangawang Maniquis Manuel Marañon Marcoleta Marcos Mariana Hernandez Marina Marquez Martinez Mastura Matibang Matugas Mendoza Mercado Mercado Revilla Miguel Momo Morden Nava Nisay Nograles Nograles Almario Nolasco Minal Olaso Olivares Ongchuan Ordanes Ortega Juano Dizon Padernos Paduano Paglas Palma Panigan Pancho Panotes Pascual Peña Pimentel Plaza Plato Primicia Sagabas Omaren Puno Kimbo Rama Regencia Rimulya Revilla Brian Revilla Monjolo Reyes Rilio Rivero Robes Rodriguez Siloyo Rodriguez Rufus Roman Romero Morales Ferdinand Martin Romualdo Sieda Marie Romualdo Romulo Roque Sagdalan sa Garbaria sa Kaluran Salceda Sali Salimbang Gonzalo Santos Saulug Silverio Singson Rochelle Singson Ronald Singson Mihan Solon Suwan Swansing Horacio Swansing Michaela Angela Suarez Taliado Tamay Tamunting Tan Joseph Tan Keith Micah Tan Reynolds Michael Tan Samir Tan Stephen James Tan Tambut Tan Chay Tan Watco Tariela Teodoro Teves Tiangco Tiang Tolentino 2 for Erwin 2 for Jocelyn 2 for Ralph Wendell Tupas Tutor Tio Mali Onabia Ungab Uy Valeriano Valmayor Vargas Vargas Alfonso Velasco Veloso Tuanzon Vergara Versosa Villa Villaferte Luis Payman Villaferte Miguel Luis Villanueva Villar Villarasa Suarez Villarica Villagio Amsuan Yap Christiantel Yap Christopherson Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudivina Grace, Yu, Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Para Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11461. Abunda at Choro Nagaraw Almario Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista Bautista Lim, Bustos Cabredo Cardema Cari, Castor Jane Celeste Co Angelica Natasha Co Elizalde Cuanco Jaime Eduardo Mark Cruz Ambrosio Quaresma Del Mar, De Los Santos Dimoporo Muhammad Cari, Dimoporo City Amina, David Duhali Duterte Di Faustino Michael Carlos Ecleon Verga Estrella Yurela Farinas Frasco Fendibella Garcia Arbert Garcia Jose Arturo Garcia Vincent Garin Goed Christopher Golis Gomez Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro Kiko Hataman Ko Olga Lara Lazatin Ligala Lim Kaichong Luis Magsino Marañon Marcoleta Mariano Hernandez Martinez Matugas Mercado Marden Nograles Nograles Almario Nolasco Aminal Olaso Uwano Dizon Padiernos Paduano Palma Peña Remulia Reyes Rilio Rivera Rodriguez Yolohoyo Romero Sakdan sa Garbaria Salceda Salimbang Saulus Swansing Michaela Angela Tamayo Tan Keith Micah Tan Reynolds Michael Tan Samir Tan Stephen James Tan Tambut Tan Chay Tan Watco Teodoro Tiang Tolentino Tupas Yutor Unabio Ungab Uy Vargas Alfonso Velasco, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villaraza, Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora, Amparo Maria.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 11461 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11497, copies of which have been distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is requested to comply and proceed to nominal voting.
House Bill number 11497, an act granting power to the President of the Republic of the Philippines to adopt emergency measures to address the road traffic crisis in Metro Manila. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11497. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atay, de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolivia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Ko, Juanco, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonuel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limgachong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta.
Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Manuel?
I vote no to House Bill 11497 and I'd like to explain my vote later.
The gentleman may do so after the vote. Proceed.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primisha, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing, Horacio, Suwansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Totorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudi Vinagris, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Mara Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11497. Abunda, Acharon, Agaraw, Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amadong, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Cari, Castro Jean, Celeste, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Guico, Hataman, Co Olga, Lara, Lezatin, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Luistro, Magsino, Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Remulla, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez Ilogio, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulug, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eri, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 189 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 11497 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Manuel is recognized to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bumoboto po ng no ang representasyong ito sa House Bill 11497 na naglalayong magbigay ng emergency powers na kaupong Pangulo ng Pilipinas para di umano matugunan ang krisis sa trapiko sa Metro Manila. Sa Section 6 pa lang ng panukalang batas, napaka-sweeping ng kapangyarihang binibigay sa Pangulo. For 3 years, sasaklawin ng emergency powers ang utilization of necessary government resources, exercise of police power, and right to eminent domain. Lahat ng ito ay vulnerable sa pang-aabuso, partikular sa pangungurakot ng rekurso ng gobyerno, sa pandarahas ng pulisya, at sa pagpapalala sa malawakang demolisyon ng mga kabahayan. Lahat ng ito ay pwedeng ipatupad at sabihin para sa paglutas ng krisis pantrapiko. Nakita na natin kung paano maaring magamit ang emergency powers para sa pansariling interes, habang pinapalusot na ginagamit naman ito para sa mga dahilang nakasulat sa batas. We need not look far. We distinctly remember how emergency powers were once used and abused during the health crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic. Kaya naman, iginigiit ng kabataan na hindi emergency powers ang lulutas sa krisis pantrapiko. Bagkus, kinakailangan ang kagyat na pagpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa para ma-decongest ang Metro Manila at para hindi na kailangan ng mga kababayan natin na magsiksikan sa iisang lugar para lang magkaroon ng pagkakataong mabuhay ng maginhawa. Yun lang, Mr. Speaker. Salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 11523, copies of which have been distributed to the members. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Secretary General is requested to comply and to proceed to nominal voting.
House Bill 11523, an act strengthening the Commission on Human Rights as a national human rights institution. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11523. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Chorona, Sidri, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Mamante Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansya, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado Balindong, Barba Barbers, Baranda Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolivia, Bondoc, Bongkalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kayan, Uy. Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Carey, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalauco, Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Copilar, Cojuanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco Mark, Colada Coliantes, Covera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Coa, Quaresma, Dagok, Nelipe, Dalog, De Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Jonicia Domingo Duave, Duhalde Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Tian Paul, Hecleo Emano, Enverga Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudel Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuenibala Caleos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gazataya Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptune, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta Gico Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Aresco Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Orebato Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Congun, Labadaba, Daxon, Lagson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Niclachong, Leola, Luis Romayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madrona, Magsino Malapitan, Mangawang Manigues Manuel, Maronyon.
Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Manuel?
I vote yes to the bill, but I'd like to explain some reservations later. Thank you.
The Honorable Manuel may do so after the vote.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mandaoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Mordena, Vanessa, Nograles, Nograles, San Mario, Nolasco, Minalo, Lazo, Olivar, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Paninigan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohoyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagdalan, Sagarbores, Sakaduran, Salceda, Sari, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamay, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Zamir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tamut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferto Luis Raymond, Villaferto Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarazo Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Del, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11523. Abunda at Sharon Nagarawan Mario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bustos Cabredo Cardema Carey, Castro Jane, Celeste, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Mamad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo Enverga Estrella Yudela Farinas Frasco, Fuentebelia, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Goed Christopher, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gico Hataman, Co Olga, Lara Lazating, Ligardo Lincaicho, Luis Romagsino, Marañon Mercoleta, Mariana Hernandez, Martinez Matugas, Mercado Marden Nograles, Nograles San Mario, Nolasco, Miminal Olaso, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano Palma, Peña, Rimulya, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez, Yolohoyo, Romero, Sagdalan, Sagarparia, Salcedo, Salimbangon, Solog, Swansim, Kila Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Teodoro, Tiang Tolento, Nitupas, Tutor, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 11523 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Manuel is recognized to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation votes yes with reservations to House Bill 11523, which aims to strengthen the Commission on Human Rights. Sang-ayon sa ating layuning ipatupad at ipagtanggol ang karapatang pantao sa buong bansa, marapat lamang na isabatas ang mga panukalang nagpapalakas sa institusyong tagapagtaguyod nito. Subalit may ilang bahagi lamang ng panukalang batas na kailangang ayusin sa mata ng kabataan. Una, sa pagsaklaw ng tinatawag na non-state actors. Ang CHR bilang isang institusyon ay dapat magsilbing tagapagbantay ng Estado para wala itong malabag na karapatang pantao. if I am to recall the words of the former chairperson ng CHR, Sir Chito Gascon, may he rest in peace. Ang sabi po niya, ang CHR ay konsyensya ng gobyerno. That's why any legislation made to strengthen the commission should be to strengthen its mandate, focusing its functions and resources on the state as duty bearer and signatory to international human rights conventions and treaties. Ang tinatawag na non-state actors ay saklaw naman na ng domestic criminal laws para sa private entities at ng international humanitarian law and international human rights law para sa rebel groups. Pangalawa, naniniwala ang kabataan na wala dapat sa investigative powers and functions ng CHR ang pag-imbestiga ng mga posibleng paglabag sa mapanupil na nga na anti-terror law. Inconsistent din ito kahit sa laman mismo ng anti-terror law na ang CHR ay tagabantay sa anumang paglabag sa karapatang pantao na nagawa ng mga ahensya at taong nagpapatupad ng ATL. Pangatlo, hinggil sa kapangyarihan ng CHR na magsagawa ng unannounced, unhampered, and unrestricted visits over jails, camps, detention facilities, and safe houses, ito ay nakalagay na sa anti-torture and anti-enforced disappearance laws. Pero nahaharangan pa rin ang CHR kapag sila ay pupunta sa military camps. Sana ay mapalakas ito sa House Bill na meron tayo. Pang-apat, the power of CHR to issue human rights clearances should be treated in the same way as ombudsman clearances. That is, promotions and retirement benefits of state forces and officials should also be subject to CHR clearance. Ngayon, umaasa ang representasyon na ito na maaayos pa ang mga bahaging nabanggit sa panukalang batas bago tuluyang may isa batas. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11525 and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is requested to comply and to proceed to nominal voting.
House Bill number 11525, an act establishing a comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable reintegration program for overseas Filipino workers. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11525. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez Ferrer Antonio Ferrer Juliet Marie Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert Garcia Dante Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Orebata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luis de Rolomayag, Makapag Alaroya, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapita, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Masura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sierra Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11525. Abunda Charon Agaraw Almario Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon Amatong Bautista Bautista Lim Bustos Cabredo Cardema Cari Castro Jane Celeste Ko Angelica Natasha Ko Elizalde Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark Cruz Ambrosio Quaresma Del Mar de los Santos Dimoporo Muhammad Khalid Dimoporo City Amina Duavit Duhali Duterte D. Faustino Michael Carlos Ecleo Enverga Estrella Udela Farinas Frasco Puentabella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go Ed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Guico Hataman, Ko Olga, Lara Lazatin Ligarda, Limpachong, Luis Magsino Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Rimulya, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulug, Swansing, Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Verzosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 11525 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11539 and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal vote.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11539 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11539, an act amending Republic Act number 10591 as amended, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11539. Abalo sa Bande Abunda Chono Nasidre Ako Padyong Advincula Agaro Alba Albano Almario Almonte Alonte Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon Amante Amatong Ang Angara Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Arenas Arrogancia Asisio Atayde Aumentado Balindong Barbers Baronda Basco Bautista Bautista Lim Bernos Billones Biron Bolivia Bondok Mongalon Bordado Bosita Briones Brosas Muhain Bullet Begtang Bustos Cabredo Cagas Kahayon Uy, Calderon Calixto Campos, Kawagdan Cardema Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Sendanya Chan Chauto Chua Chongalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Hanco Mark, Colado Colianes Corvero Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Koa Quaresma Dagok, Daripe Dalog, Deang Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor Del Mar de los Santos, Timaporo Muhammad Khalid, Timaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo David Tuhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Envergas, Codero Espares Espina, Estrella Udela Farinas Fernandez Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi Fuentebella, Galeos Garcia, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gazataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Gurrieta Gico, Ginto, Gullies Gutierrez, Resco, Hataman Hernandez Herrera, Oribata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labadaba Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazating Lee, Ligardo Libanon, Kaichong Loyola, Luiser Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madonna Magsino, Malapitan Mangawang, Manikis Manuel.
Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Manuel?
I vote no to the House bill and I'd like to explain my vote later.
The Honorable Manuel may do so after the vote.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Avanisa, Nograles, Nograles, Del Mario, Nolasco, Wiminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Paniligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eloy, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romero, Roque, Sagdanan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Sauluk, Silverio, Singson, Richelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez, Talyada Matamayo, Tan Bunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Utorti, Umali Onabia, Ungab Uy, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suman, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 11539. Abunda at Chona Nagaro Almario, Alvers Mercedes, Alvers Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista, Bautista Lim, Busos Cabredo, Cardema, Carey, Castro Jane, Celeste, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizade, Ko Juan, Ko Jaime Eduardo Mart, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carr, Seclay, Enverga Estrella, Udel Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go, Ed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Kiko Hataman, Ko Olga, Lara Lazatin Ligarda, Lim Kaichong, Luis Romagsino Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Motugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Salmario, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Oano Dizon, Padrenos, Paduana, Palma, Peña, Remulia, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Rodriguez, Eloyo, Romero, Sagdalan, Garbaria, Salceda, Sanimbangon, Sauluk, Santing, Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Teodoro, Tiang, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Nabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villanaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamara Amparo Maria.
With 190 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 11539 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Manuel is recognized to explain his vote.
Mr. Speaker, ang kinatawang ito ay bumuboto ng no sa House Bill Number 11539. Pinalawig ng panukalang batas ang mga maaaring magkaroon ng permit to carry firearms mula sa qualified person whose life is under actual threat or imminent danger due to the nature of the person's profession, occupation, or business, tungo sa kahit sinong tao na di umanay qualified na magmamay-ari ng firearms and ammunitions. Mula 2 taon, humaba ang panahon ng effectivity ng permit to carry firearms sa 2 or 5 years. Sa panukalang batas din, maaring magdala ng 1 firearm at any given time ang licensed citizen na may permit to carry. Di tulad sa kasalukuyang batas na may mga limitasyon kung saan maaaring magdala. Nakakabahala rin na exempted sa pagkuha ng threat assessment certificate para makakuha ng permit to carry ang reservists at chief security officers or financial or commercial institutions. Exempted din sa pagkuha ng authority to transport mula sa COMELEC ang active military and police sa panahon ng eleksyon. Bukod pa rito, pinapaikli ng panukalang batas ang gun ban tuwing election period, 45 days before and 5 days after election. Ang mga probisyong ito ay maaaring magdulot ng higit na karahasan sa panahon ng eleksyon. For these reasons, Kabataan votes no to House Bill 11539. Salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 11543. May request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11543 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11543, an act institutionalizing the lifelong learning development framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10968, otherwise known as the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11543. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bernos, Villones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Busos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Sendanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Ko, Juan, Ko, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dago, Felipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Gali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duawit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Focino Ino, Di Focino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gullas, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limgachong, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manigis, Manuel, Maranyon,
Mr.
Marcoleta.
Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Manuel?
I vote no to House Bill 11543 and I'd like to explain my vote later.
You may do so at the end of the vote.
Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava,
Mr.
Nisa.
Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, and I would like to explain my vote later.
You may do so at the end of the vote.
Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Sierra Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Sotorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Gris, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 11543. Abunda, Charon, Agaraw, Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista, Lim, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Cari, Castro, Jean, Celeste, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma, Delmar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Duabit Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Goed Christopher, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guico, Hataman, Co Olga, Lara, Lazatin, Legarda, Lim Quaychong, Luistro, Magsino, Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado, Morden, Nograles, Nograles Almario, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Remulla, Reyes, Erilio, Rivera, Rodriguez Ilogio, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulug, Swansing Micaela Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Verzosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 189 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill 11543 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Manuel is recognized to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my last explanation of vote for tonight. This representation votes no to House Bill 11543, which aims to establish a framework for the development of lifelong learning in the country through the Philippine Qualifications Framework. We, the youth, are for learning, and we are also advocates of lifelong learning. Naniniwala rin ang kabataan na ang hindi natitigil at hindi dapat matigil na pagkatuto ay dapat ma-appreciate ng bawat Pilipino, kahit hanggang sa ating pagtanda. Subalit, kinakailangan din nating laging siyasatin at kritikal na suriin kung paano natin sinusukat ang pagkatuto, kasama dyan ang lifelong learning. In other words, we must ask, are there metrics being imposed by the Philippine Qualifications Framework that are incongruent, at least, and destructive at most, to the needs of our people? Will we allow such metrics to encroach upon a concept as noble as lifelong learning? Sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang sistema ng edukasyon na kolonyal, komersyalisado at represibo, ano ang magiging itsura ng institutionalized lifelong learning framework kung ganito pa rin ang tipo ng edukasyong umiiral? Right now, education is further subjected to waves of neoliberal restructuring, from basic education to higher education, and possibly up to lifelong learning. To address the education crisis we are currently facing, this representation reiterates the time for us to completely overhaul how we see education, and the time for us to act is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good night.
The Honorable Nisay is recognized to explain his vote.
Mr. Speaker, this representation as the principal author votes yes to House Bill 11543 or the Lifelong Learning Development Framework Act. Bilang isa sa mga naging katuwang sa pagsulong as a former Balangas City Councilor sa Balangas City University Town Ordinance and its expansion, I have seen firsthand how powerful education can be in transforming lives and communities. Balangas City has been recognized by UNESCO and globally for its efforts in building a learning city, transforming itself into a smart university town through various initiatives that integrate education, innovation, and technology. This proves that investing in education beyond the classroom is not only possible, it is impactful. And we hope to see more learning cities and learning municipalities through the passage of this measure. Ang panukalang batas din na ito ay hindi lang para sa mga estudyante. It is also for our workers, out-of-school youth, marginalized sectors, and even senior citizens who still want to grow, gain new skills, or adapt to the digital and changing world. Hindi na sapat na matapos ang pagkatuto sa diploma lang mula sa eskwelahan. Learning must be continuous, accessible, and inclusive for all ages and at all stages. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang lifelong learning sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bills number 11180, 11338, and House Bill number 11345, all local bills pertaining to the legislative franchises. May I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bills 11180, 11338, and 11345, and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 11180, an act granting a franchise to First Catanduanes Electric Cooperative, Inc. to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Bagamanok, Baras, Bato, Caramoran, Gigmoto, Pandan, Panganiban, San Andres, San Miguel, Viga, and Virac Island Province of Catanduanes. House Bill 11338, an act granting a franchise to Sorsogon 2 Electric Cooperative to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Sorsogon and the municipalities of Donsol, Pilar, Castilla, Gubat, Prieto Diaz, and Barcelona, Province of Sorsogon. House Bill 11345, an act granting the Cagayan 1 Electric Cooperative, Inc., Cagelco 1, a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Tuguegarao and municipalities of Penablanca, Enrile, Solana, Amuling, Piat, Santo Niño, Tuao, Rizal, Igig, Alcala, and Bagao, Province of Cagayan. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 11180, 11338, and 11345. Abalo, Sabante, Abunda, Chorona, Sidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansya, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascog, Bautista, Limbernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulit Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Sindanya, Chan, Chato, Chua, Changaloco, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Elizalde, Co, Pilar, Co, Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo, Marco, Juanco, Mark, Colato, Colianos, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Coa, Quaresma, Dagog, Dalibe, Dalog, De Yang, Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Mohamed Khalid, Dimaporo City, Amina, Junicio, Domingo, David, Dohali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emana Enverga, Escudero Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi Fuentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Arce Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin de Sadaya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman, Hernandez Herrera, Orebata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hun, Dabadaba Lacson, Noxonoel, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazadine Lee, Ligarda Libanan, Likay Chong, Loyola Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Mazeda Madrona, Magsino, Malapit ang mga awang Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Masura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Mama, Morden, Navanisa, Nograles, Almario, Nolasco, Minalo, Lazo, Olivares, Ongchua, Nordanis, Ortega, Wano, Dizon, Paderos, Paduano, Pagnas, Palma, Padaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Hilohoyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagdalan, Sagarbere, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally Salimbangon, Salo Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Michelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon Suan, Swansing Racho, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Tagliato Tamay, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Torti, Umalio Nabio Ungab Uy, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Viraso Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 11180, 11338, and 11345. Abunda, Charon, Agaraw, Almario, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista Lim, Bustos, Cabredo, Cardema, Carey, Castor Jane, Celeste, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juan, Co Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cruz Ambrosio, Quaresma del Mar, De Los Santos, Timaporo, Muhammad Kadid, Timaporo City, Amina, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, Ecleo, Enverga, Estrella, Dela, Farinas, Frasco, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Vincent, Garin, Go Ed Christopher, Golis Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gico Hataman, Co Olga, Lara Lasatin, Legarda Lincaichong, Luistro, Magsino Marañon, Marcoleta, Mariana Hernandez, Martinez, Matugas, Mercado Morden, Nograles, Nograles Salmario, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Owano Dizon, Paderos, Paduano, Palma, Peña, Rimulya, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Rodriguez, Eulohio, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Salimbangon, Saulog, Sunsing, Michael Angela, Tamayo, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Teodoro, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Yotor, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Zamora Amparo Maria.
With 173 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bills numbers 11180, 11338, and 11345 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to direct the Secretary General to immediately transmit to the Senate the bills that we have approved on third reading today, June 10, 2025, and yesterday, June 9, 2025.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is so directed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11437 as contained in Committee Report 1420, submitted by the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 11437, an act institutionalizing and enhancing the Skills Certificate Equivalency Program of the Civil Service Commission and the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Jose Manuel F. Alba of the 1st District of Bukidnon to sponsor the measure.
The gentleman from the first District of Bukidnon, the Honorable Jose Manuel Alba, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, allow me to give a brief backgrounder regarding House Bill number 11437 in substitution of House Bills numbered 5015 and 5573 under the Committee Report 1420 on the proposed measure institutionalizing and enhancing the Skill Certificate Equivalency Program, ESEP, of the Civil Service Commission and the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA. Mr. Speaker, this measure seeks to grant civil service eligibility to holders of Technical Education and Skills Development Authority national certificates through the institutionalization of the Skill Certificate Equivalency Program, or ESEP. The ESEP will provide equal opportunity to certified technical vocational education and training, or TVET graduates, to enter the civil service, thereby uplifting the dignity of middle-skilled workers and at the same time enhancing the technical vocation education in the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, may I earnestly request your kind consideration and support for the passage of this proposed measure. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendment is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now vote on second reading House Bill number 11437.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 11437, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 11437 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now consider House Bill number 11451, submitted under Committee Report number 1432, copies of which have been distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 11451, an act establishing the comprehensive chemical engineering law and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson for the Committee on not here. Mr. Speaker, a few minutes of suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the author of the said bill and under the Committee of Civil Service and Professional Regulation. May we recognize Representative Francisco Jose Bingo Matugas of the 1st District of Surigao del Norte to sponsor the measure.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Surigao del Norte, the Honorable Bingo Matugas, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, honorable members of this august chamber. Allow me to give a brief background regarding House Bill number 11451 in substitution of House Bills number 1037, 2202, 7127, and 9579 on the proposed Comprehensive Chemical Engineering Law. Almost 56 years has passed before Republic Act 9297 or the Chemical Engineering Law of 2004 repealed the old Chemical Engineering Law, RA 318. However, despite the passage of RA 9297, industrial facilities were erected and operated without the guidance and expertise of chemical engineers, leading to violation of environmental regulations and safe practices in industrial facilities. RA 9297 must be amended or repealed accordingly in order to ensure that a much modern and comprehensive chemical engineering law is in place in the Philippines, especially with the advent of artificial intelligence or AI and integration of other advanced technologies in the field of chemical engineering. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, a new comprehensive chemical engineering law would enable us to adopt outcomes-based engineering, educational parameters under the Washington Accord and other international agreements, which would increase the competency and mobility of Filipino chemical engineers here and abroad. In view of the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, may I earnestly request your full support for the approval of this measure. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Period of amendments is hereby opened. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now vote on second reading, House Bill number 11451.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 11451, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 11451 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 1824, submitted by the Committee on Local Government under Committee Report number 1437, copies of which have been distributed to the members. And for this purpose, may we request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 1824.
House Bill number 1824, an act rationalizing the land area requirement for the creation of a province, amending for the purpose Section 461B of Republic Act number 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby opened. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Francisco Jose Bingo Matugas of the 1st District of Surigao del Norte to sponsor the measure.
Once again, the gentleman from the 1st District of Surigao del Norte, the Honorable Bingo Matugas, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to sponsor a bill amending Section 461 of the Local Government Code of 1991, which governs the creation of provinces. Currently, the Local Government Code requires the following in the creation of a province: an average annual income of 20 million and a population of threshold of 250,000, or a minimum contiguous land area of 2,000 square kilometers. While these parameters serve as important safeguards against the arbitrary and impractical creation of new provinces, they do not reflect the unique geographical realities of our archipelagic nation. Mr. Speaker, I draw the attention of this chamber to a significant inconsistency in our law. Section 442B, or 442 paragraph B, and Section 450 paragraph B of the same code, which govern the creation of municipalities and cities, respectively, include a clause, and I quote, "The requirement on land area shall not apply where the municipality or city proposed to be created is composed of one or more islands." This exemption recognizes that land area as a basis for the assessment of the viability of a province is not applicable when the territory in question is composed of one or more islands. Governance, development planning, and public service delivery in such contexts are shaped not only by square kilometers alone, but by logistical challenges of maritime separation and accessibility. This exemption is not contained in Section 461 on the creation of provinces. Thus, there is no provision that acknowledges or accommodates the case of a proposed province composed entirely of islands. There is therefore a legal disparity. Mr. Speaker, we cannot deny provincehood to island municipalities or island groups simply because they lack the physical sprawl of a landlocked territory. After all, we are an archipelago and the viability and success of a local government does not depend on the size of its land, but on the strength of its people, its economic self-sufficiency, and its capacity to govern effectively. Thus, this bill seeks to amend Section 461 by inserting a parallel exemption to that found in Sections 442, paragraph B, and Section 450, paragraph B. This is a small change, but it's very profound. It brings equity, coherence, and consistency to our laws. It recognizes the diverse geographies that make up our nation and ensures that no Filipino community is unfairly excluded from the opportunity of self-governance. Let us correct this oversight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we now terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now vote on second reading, House Bill number 1824.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 1824, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1824 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations, Congressman Matugas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes of suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is requested to comply.
Additional reference of business. Messages from the Senate. Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill 5598, declaring Southern Leyte a tourism zone, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Tourism.
Message dated June 10, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed Senate Bill 2987, strengthening the legal staff of the DOJ, in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
To the Committee on Justice.
Committee reports. Committee Report 1505, submitted by the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs on House Resolution 499. Committee Report numbers 1504, 1506, 1507, 1508, and 1509, submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution numbers 2328, 2329, 2330, 2331, and 2148, respectively. Committee Report 1510, submitted by the Committees on Welfare and Children and Appropriations on House Bill 11559. Committee Report 1511, submitted by the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability on House Resolution 1319.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9726 and Senate Bill number 2974, expanding the Philippine Science High School system, strengthening governance and management. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9489, creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Alicia, Province of Isabela. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 10422 and Senate Bill number 2999 respectively, strengthening the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management System. We have been informed that the Committee on Disaster Resilience, sponsor of House Bill number 10422, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2999. In accordance with the rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2999 as an amendment to House Bill number 10422.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2999 as an amendment to House Bill number 10422. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill 299 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill 10422. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 10403 and Senate Bill number 2969, respectively, declaring the Philippine State College of Aeronautics as the National Professional Institution for Aviation, renaming it as the National Aviation Academy of the Philippines. We have been informed that the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, sponsor of House Bill number 10403, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2969. In accordance with the rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2969 as an amendment to House Bill number 10403.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2969 as an amendment to House Bill number 10403. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2969 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 10403. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 9045 and Senate Bill number 2613 respectively, providing the Muslim Filipinos better access to Sharia courts. We have been informed that the Committee on Muslim Affairs, sponsor of House Bill number 9045, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2613. In accordance with the rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2613 as an amendment to House Bill number 9045.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2613 as an amendment to House Bill number 9045. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2613 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 9045. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bills number 9601, 9602, 11299, 11300, 11301, and 11302. All are bills pertaining to various basic education, schools, and institutions. We have been informed that the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, sponsors of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bills number 9601, 9602, 11299, 11300, 11301, and House Bill number 11302.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bills numbers 9601, 9602, 11299, 11300, 11301, and 11302. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bills number 9314, 9642, 10405, and 10622, all bills concerning various state universities and colleges. We have been informed that the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, sponsors of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bills number 9314, 9642, 10405, and House Bill number 10622.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 9314, 9642, 10405, and 10622. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bills number 10242, 10243, 10483, 10698, and House Bill number 11042. All are bills granting franchise to various electric cooperatives. We have been informed that the Committee on Legislative Franchises, sponsor of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bills number 10242, 10243, 10483, 10698, and House Bill number 11042.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 10242, 10243, 10483, 10698, and 11042. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bills number 10270 and Senate Bill number 3000 institutionalizing the career progression system for public school teachers. Representative Roman T. Romulo, Representative Jude A. Asidre, Representative Marie Bernadette G. Escudero, Representative Jaime R. Fresnedi, and Representative Franz L. Castro.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 10538, amending sections 134 and 168 of Republic Act number 8424, or excise taxes on denatured alcohol. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said conference committee report. All those in favor of the conference committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said conference committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 6013, creating a barangay in the city of San Fernando, province of Pampanga, to be known as Barangay Pulong Bulu. We have been advised that the Committee on Local Government, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the author, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 6013.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 6013. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill numbers 5824, 5834, 5838, 5839, 5840, 5848, and 5849, declaring holidays in certain localities. We have been informed that the Committee on Local Government, sponsor of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 5824, 5834, 5838, 5839, 5840, 5848, and 5849.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 5824, 5834, 5838, 5839, 5840, 5848, and 5849. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill numbers 10080, 10885, 11162, and 11163, establishing and upgrading of various hospitals and medical centers. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 10080, 10885, 11162, and 11163.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 10080, 10085, 11162, and 11163. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 5598, declaring the province of Southern Leyte a tourism zone. We have been advised that the Committee on Tourism, sponsor of the aforementioned House bill, as well as the author, have no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 5598.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 5598. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 11461 and Senate Bill number 1273, respectively, providing for the establishment of Muslim cemeteries in cities and municipalities with significant number of Muslim population. We have been informed that the Committee on Muslim Affairs, sponsor of the House Bill number 11461, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 1273. In accordance with our rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 1273 as an amendment to House Bill number 11461.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 1273 as an amendment to House Bill number 11461. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 1273 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 11461. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 11543 and Senate Bill number 2960 respectively, institutionalizing the lifelong learning development framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council. We have been informed that the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, sponsor of House Bill number 11543, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of House Bill number 2960. In accordance with our rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2960 as an amendment to House Bill number 11543.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2960 as an amendment to House Bill number 11543. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2960 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 11543. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill number 11358 and Senate Bill number 2982, providing for a comprehensive fiscal autonomy for the judiciary. We have Representative Juliet Marie de Leon Ferrer, Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Representative Jude Asidre, Representative Isabel Maria Zamora, and Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill number 6571 and Senate Bill number 2821, providing additional guidelines in the acquisition of right-of-way, site, or location for national government infrastructure projects. We have Representative Romeo Momo Sr., Representative Eleandro Jesus Madrona, Representative Ramon Jolo Revilla III, Representative Florida Rida Robes, Representative Danny Domingo, and Representative Bernadette B.H. Herrera.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until tomorrow, June 11, 2025 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Session is suspended until tomorrow at 3 p.m.